Live?
We are live.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Jenna Miller. I'm the Senior Director of Urban Design and Policy at the Design Commission. Welcome to our August 18th Public Design Commission meeting. Our Executive Director, Suryoshi Banerjee, is currently out on parental leave, so I'm filling in for the duration of her leave. If you're joining us via Zoom and would like to testify, please sign up through the Google form link on our agenda. And commissioners, a reminder to please bring the microphone close to you throughout the meeting and speak into them while talking. Up to you.
President of the Public Design Commission. Welcome to the Public Design Commission meeting. As New York City's design review agency, the Public Design Commission has jurisdiction over the design of permanent structures, landscape architecture, and art proposed on or over city-owned property. Today's meeting is being held in person at City Hall. Members of the public can attend and give testimony either in person or remotely. The public meeting is now commencing with the consent agenda and items numbers 30118 to 30135. Please note the following recusals. Commissioner Castilla is recused from item 30118. We're missing a digit. 8, thank you. 30118. Are there any other recusals to note?
Abstain from 30118.
Okay, let the record reflect that Commissioner Armstead is abstaining from voting on item number 30118. Okay, I'll now call for a vote on the consent agenda. Commissioners, when I call your name, please state your vote. Kenseth Armstead.
Approve all except extension on 30118.
Isabel Garcia.
Approval.
Lori Hawkinson.
Approval.
Bill Heinzen.
Approve all.
Perry Maloney.
Approve all.
Manuel Miranda.
Approve all.
Meryl Tisch.
Approval.
Jimmy Van Brainen.
Approve all.
And I also approve also let the record reflect that the consent agenda is passed with the majority of approvals. We'll now move on to the public hearing portion of our meeting. You ready to, want to bring in the team or should I go?
Yeah. I think for you this.
Okay. Welcome, come on in.
There, so this puts your jacket.
Okay.
Citywide waste containerization program in Manhattan Community District 9. For standard procedure, applicants will give their presentation, then public testimony will be heard, and then the commission will ask questions, deliberate, and vote. We will hear in-person testimony first, followed by testimony from remote participants. Presenters, you have 10 minutes and you may begin. Welcome.
Great. Thank you for having me. I'm Neil Eisenberg, Deputy Commissioner of Strategic Initiatives of the Department of Sanitation. I'm here to present the future of trash, on-street containers, and the M9 Community District pilot. Oops, sorry. So let's start by asking, why containerize? Well, New Yorkers set out about 44 million pounds of waste every day in the city. And most of that has been in black bags historically, set out on the street, piled high, leaving a stain of waste, debris, liquid, and odors behind. But we've started to make progress by containerizing. On the commercial side, we've containerized 100% of trash as of March 2023. And on the residential side, as of November 2024, we've containerized residential buildings with 1 to 9 unit buildings using individual bins, 55 gallons or less. But there is more work to do. In residential buildings with 10 or more units, we have not yet containerized that waste. And that's a large portion of what we have to containerize. And we believe on-street containers are part of that solution. So why use on-street containers in New York City? As we mentioned, we have a tremendous volume of waste. Our infrastructure is very complex that gives us limited ability to build below ground to put containers below the street level. And our streetscape is extremely complex. Unlike Chicago or other cities, we don't have alleyways to store trash out of sight. So can the Department of Sanitation actually operationalize large on-street containers when we've been picking up black bags for all this time? We ran an operational pilot starting in September of 2023 in the Hamilton Heights area in a 10 blocks area. We took our existing rear loader trucks, we retrofit them with tippers, and we used wheeled 3 cubic yards containers installed in the street with steel enclosures to hold them in place. As a result of that pilot, we saw an epic decline in rat sightings during the same period of the prior year, 73% reduction. But we also learned a lot from the residents and the waste managers about containerization from this pilot. The waste managers and the residents preferred sealed and secured containers that were fully sealed and watertight. They preferred that the containers were assigned to specific addresses so they controlled who puts what in the waste in front of their building. They wanted the containers to be more accessible as these wheel containers' height was very high and hard to get stuff up and into. And they felt that one size fits all wasn't the right solution. Containers for medium density and low density buildings wanted choices so they can choose what type of container would be best for them. As a result of this pilot and the work we did, DSNY devised a flexible strategy to accomplish containerization across the New York City landscape while minimizing impact to street parking. That strategy was to use individual bins or official NYC bins for residential buildings with 1 to 9 units. For residential buildings with 10 to 30 units, we wanted to give them a choice between using the same bins as the 1 to 9, the individual bins, or use on-street containers. And for 31 residential buildings with 31 units or more, the on-street containers, they produced enough waste in those buildings to warrant an on-street container, and we would require them for those buildings. So now that we know of our strategy, what solution, what bin and what fleet did we need to select? And we had to look at both of those together as a cohesive solution. So we had to ask ourselves, does DSNY need a new truck? And if so, what model are we going to use? We looked at the containers first. Are they going to be wheeled or not to wheel? As we mentioned in the Hamilton Heights pilot, those wheeled containers had problems. Wheels often broke, making them non-functional in the streets. They were difficult to and unreliable in snow and ice, and they were large for their size. However, on-street containers are have a much higher capacity with a smaller footprint. They were more reliable and easier to install and safer for pedestrians, and they did also require to be installed in the parking lane. And when we looked at how we would service them, there were 2 truck choices. One is a hoist lifting truck, which has a boom arm that lifts the container over 20 feet in the air and empties it from the bottom of the container into the truck. These pose safety hazards for pedestrians and vehicles on the street, and many streets could not accommodate that 20-foot height lift height. So that's why we selected an automated side loading truck and a stationary on-street container. Once we knew the type of system we wanted, we put out a competitive bid, RFP, for our bins. The bins had to meet a specification, which was the EN 12574 European specification, which enabled us to design a truck to match those bins. We received 2 competitive bids from some of the largest makers of on-street containers in the world, and we selected the Contenor Oval 3000. Contenor is a company that's been in business over 40 years, making on-street containers all over the world. They have in over 50 countries. We designed our own DSNY truck using our standard Mack chassis that we use on our rear loader trucks, and we mounted to it a Farad FMO Plus body, which is a truck body used in Europe and manufactured in Italy. This truck was custom designed to meet our height requirements, to fit under tunnels and bridges, and complies with our all of our safety standards for both federal, state, to be drivable in New York. And that allowed us to accelerate the production of these trucks. It's also because it uses our standard Mack truck chassis. It can attach to our standard DSNY plow, making it a plowable entity for us. So when we look at the bin selection, why did we pick the Consinor bin? Well, there are a number of reasons. One, it's an user ergonomically designed bin. The opening for the bin is less than 48 inches from the ground level, so it easily accepts the deposit of trash without having to push bags in horizontally. You open it up and they drop right in. It has a small footprint on the street, and it's designed for minimally invasive design where only 2 small alignment blocks get mounted to the asphalt using 3-inch anchor bolts. And the bin is placed on top of it with a recess in the bottom of the bin that goes in and slides over those alignment blocks. So the Empire bins were designed for ease of use, high visibility that fits into our modern urban landscape, and it minimizes the risk to pedestrians since it allows visibility of vehicles over the container itself. These bins were designed to withstand rain, wind, and snow. They're made of HDPE. They're making them entirely waterproof. They are 1.3 inches above the ground and 12 inches off the curb, which allows them to the water to flow unobstructed both under and in front of the bins. They have an upper crossbar and a dome-shaped lid that allows rain and snow to shed to both sides of the containers evenly and not pile up on top. And it's easily able to withstand strong winds by their low center of gravity. And because the lid locks, it prevents it from opening and becoming a sail in the wind, making it dangerous to bikers or pedestrians walking by. The body is a unibody construction made of 8mm thick walls, making it highly resistant to impact. Materials are color safe and they will not degrade when exposed to UVA and UVB light during their 10-year useful life, and that's been tested through independent and internal laboratories. We were given flexible color choices when selecting the bins. We went with a standard gray body color to blend into the streetscape seamlessly, and we chose the colors to match the official NYC bins to have color recognition of waste stream from our residents and the public. We have flexible label choices, and we chose a very simple waste labeling with icons and QR codes to allow people to get to more information about the containers and about the program. We also have, we designed with MOPD Braille icons so anyone approaching the bins can identify what they're approaching and what they're for. I don't know if I could get this to play here. Is there a way to get the, there is a video here on the bottom of the screen. So if you click on this, if you go onto the video itself, click on the video here. Oh, it's not playing. Oh, it's a PDF. Okay. All right. This was a video to show you how it works, but let me explain it. There's an operator inside the vehicle operating a joystick that has multiple cameras and sensors. There's a second sanitation worker that stands outside the container with an emergency stop button, and he's there for safety purposes. The arms of the bin come down and grab onto the trunnion pins on the side of the bin, lock them in place. They lift the container up over to where this hopper is. They tip it 60 degrees and dump all the waste in there and return it to the ground. This all happens in less than 60 seconds, and it puts it right back into the ground where it came from. So that's the operation of the bins. You could see how it's tipped here in the drawing, but there is a video, so you can look at that. Yeah, please.
Is there another city where this particular operating model is functioning?
Yes, Singapore, Madrid, Barcelona, there's Santa Monica. Yeah, there's about 50 cities around the globe that are using these containers and have been for about 20 years.
Okay.
Yep. So now that we've we have our strategy, we've selected our bin and our truck. Can DSNY execute on this in the real world in New York City? So beginning in June of this year, we have a full district pilot in Manhattan Community District 9 that is underway right now. That's Hamilton Heights and and Harlem area. And so can we do this? And so we have 1,100 bins on the street right now. And how did we get here? Well, it didn't start in June. It started well before that. And we needed to understand the complexity of each street within this district. all the hard and soft constraints, what is on the streets before we could decide how many bins and where they're going to go and if they can go. So we started with a desktop data exercise, pulling in data sources from Map Pluto, Open Data, everything that we could get our hands on to understand what we can identify on the computer on each of these streets. We've sent people out and verified these by actually measuring them, taking a wheel and measuring from corners, locations, and hydrants and tree pits, and all of those identifiable items. We've also surveyed the waste generation of the larger buildings to ensure that our computer-based sizing of them was accurate for those particular buildings. And we did a volumetric analysis of each building. Those detailed surveys were plugged into an application that we built to manage all of this. And then we sent people out for pre-stage markings of the containers, where they were going to go exactly. We did this in coordination with many of our sister agencies. We have an MOU in place with DOT, and that defines exactly where we can site bins and where we cannot site bins. And we work with them on all of them. We also have a relationship with DOE for any of the school containers and approving them before we go so we don't interrupt school operations. We worked with many other partner agencies, including getting approval from the Landmark Preservation Commission for the M9 pilot. But we didn't stop there. Community outreach was a major part of what we were doing. We had information sessions with all the community boards within M9. We had 15 general board meetings, 1 district service cabinet meeting. We hosted 11 virtual information sessions. We hosted office hours at the community board 3 days a week throughout the installation pilot. We made 3 presentations at the 30th precinct, and we had 1 supervisor assigned full-time in the field throughout the installation, exclusively focused on community outreach and engagement. We sent out over 3,000 mailers to the district. And we did 3 rounds of canvassing, attempting over 5,000 door knocks and reaching over 2,000, having over 2,000 conversations. So community engagement was an important part of what we did here. How did we go about the installation? Well, prior to installing, we hung no parking signs on the street we were going to be doing the installation 3 to 5 days ahead of the install. We used these templates to make installation quick and easy. We marked reference points before drilling anything into the street. And then those alignment blocks were installed simply with 2 3-inch bolts. The containers are then taken off a truck and placed on top of it, and the installation is done. We could do between 50 and 60 of these in a day. So we're moving very quickly and not disrupting street activity. And here's the results. In M9 Community District, these bins have fit seamlessly into the street. They've gotten black bags off the street, and they made the neighborhoods clean and beautiful. Yeah. Yeah, here. In some cases, we try to avoid main entrances of the building. And oftentimes when we met with facilities, we had to, that's where they wanted it to go. And some places that may have been the only choice for where to install it. Is that my? No. Oh. Yeah. But installation is not where our responsibilities end. Cleaning and maintaining the bins is an ongoing process. Property owners are responsible for cleaning 18 inches into the curb, as you know, and now around these bins where they're assigned to their property. DSNY is responsible for cleaning and maintaining the Empire bins themselves, including all graffiti removal. And we're out there right now going through and cleaning these bins. Yep.
They're in the street around them.
Correct.
This whole thing. Okay.
Yep. But if there's a problem with the bins, including breakage or damage or Empire bin access, the public can submit an online form and we go out and fix those immediately. But our field team touches these bins every day, and we've identified more problems than the public have. And when we see problems, we go out and fix it immediately. We have a system for both sanitation workers and for the public to be able to log issues to us and be able to respond to it. And our team and our vendor is very quick at responding to them. This is an early pilot, and we have seen some issues, and we've dealt with these issues. But I will tell you, I don't consider these issues. I consider those reality of operating in New York City. We've seen these issues today with rear loader containers, cars parked too close to the waste bins, illegal dumping occurring, not breaking down the garbage appropriately, or double parked vehicles. So we deal with these things on an everyday basis. We've done more stable pedestrian posts to prevent people from parking too close, preventing operations. We've had additional enforcement. We use mobile dumping cameras and community outreach and additional signage to help mitigate some of these issues. Education, adjusting collection schedules, and again, additional enforcement where necessary. But let me be clear. These Empire bins are widely popular in M9. We're hearing from waste managers and facility owners. We're hearing from large property management companies, including Columbia University, who are touting how great they love these bins and how much they want them. And we're hearing from council members about how much they love having these bins in their community district. Thank you so much for listening to my presentation and being part of the trash revolution, and I look forward to your questions.
Before we begin, let's see if there's anyone signed up to testify.
Carl, is there anyone who signed up remotely for testimony?
Good morning. We do not have anyone signed up for remote testimony. Is anyone within the Zoom room here to testify? If so, please use the raise hand feature. I do not see any hands, so we are okay to proceed.
And is anyone present here today to testify? No hands. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be the darker gray color, right? This is the wrong color.
These are the colors of the bins
Oh, I
that
thought
are
they were
installed in the street.
darker. I said it was charcoal. I thought it was charcoal.
This picture, it is a gray color. I mean, I don't think pictures don't necessarily do it justice, but that is the color of the bin. The lid on the trash bin is a much darker gray, nearing like almost a black color on those. So if you want me to go back to the,
Because you showed
yeah, let me go back to the color
again, a
chart.
superficial question.
Yeah.
But I'm just thinking about.
So the body color is the 0315 color, and the lid color is the dark gray.
Okay.
So we wanted it to be able to, when we attempted the dark gray
It
as the
just looked
body.
different in that image.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, this image is computer generated, so it is slightly darker. You're correct.
Okay.
So are the other three?
So these other three colors are used only at schools. So we're only doing the other waste streams at school locations because of the amount of waste that schools generate and the amount of times we collect from them via the school truck.
So for big residential buildings that do generate a lot of recycling, that would still go on trash bags on the.
That would still go in the trash bag in the street.
Same with the compost,
Compost has to be containerized today.
but with a little,
With any container,
With the
55
small-
gallon or less.
okay, you won't be providing the big bins for compost.
Today, no.
I just wanted to follow up on, you mentioned a bunch of cities that it was in, but a city in a comparable zone to us in terms of winter.
Yeah, I mean, they are all over Northern Europe. I could get you specific cities that you're interested in. So
Yes, I mean, I would just like a zone that is comparable to New York City in terms of like we've been reclassified as subtropical, but we do still have snowstorms.
Mhm.
And in the snowstorms, like I noticed in this picture, it connects at about 2 feet above the ground level and then it picks it up. I'm
No,
concerned
this is 48. If you look at oops.
with the connect, that's where I wanted to, where the mechanized.
Where's the
with
specification?
the box.
So this is about 48 inches above the,
Yeah, where's the first connection made? Because that's where.
this is where it grabs onto. These pins, these
Okay.
trunnion pins are what's lifted from.
So
so
the
these-
first connection is somewhere between 30 inches and 48 inches.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
So
And this is a
condition, only an extreme 24-inch snowstorm would there be any impediment? What I'm
No,
concerned
it
about
would
is-
not impede the collection at all. It would not impede the collection at all. In fact, this mechanical arm, because the mechanism is so strong, it can lift almost 3,000 pounds,
Okay.
right? It can actually lift it right out of a snow bank and then put it right back down where it came from.
we haven't been having really New York winters. And
I know.
don't think that, we haven't, we just
I know.
haven't been having it, but when I
agree.
got here in 90, we'd have the ice corridor.
Yeah.
And there would be snow every other weekend, and there'd be the sheer ice in front.
Mhm.
And even in that condition, I think you wouldn't be able to cite how to get to the pin. But since we haven't been having that because of climate change,
Yeah.
I can't say, but we've been having odd weather. So presumably we're gonna have that kind of winter this winter. So that would be
So
interesting
there's
data.
it would be, and there's two things to note. One is the mechanical lift arm from the truck can extend 7 feet outwards from the truck. So it doesn't need to be right up against the truck to lift it. It then is able to lift thousands of pounds, which is much more than the bin has capacity to hold. So it's able to lift it out of even out of a snowdrift, if it was in a snowdrift. And then we are sanitation. We do snow removal. So we'd be able to clean around the bins to be able to get bins out.
So that answers one question. And then beyond that, is it that it auto sights? So the truck knows when to stop, or the driver has to?
No, so the way that it works for collection is a great question. So the way it works for collection is the driver approaches the bin,
Yeah.
right? They get in proximity, and once they're in proximity to the bin, they pull up to a specific, they have a camera inside.
Ah.
There is a line on the front of the bins that allow them, let me see if I have a picture of that. Oops, my present.
And I'm sorry to get all into the weeds.
No,
on
this is
I'm
this is
just trying
great.
to understand.
There's
how.
actually a line
Yeah.
that is a reflective line in the center of the bin. So the operator has multiple screens in front of them, and it allows them to line up. There's like a crosshairs, like think of like Star Wars, like that they line that up perfectly. And then the arm has have give about where it can grab onto it. It's then automatic. So the operator is not like attempting to grab something. They engage the joystick into the front position, and it does the whole operation for them. So there's no manual need. It's all
There's a targeting.
self-targeting.
It's a targeting computer.
Exactly. And it has a sensor on the front of the arm, and it has cameras that do all that for them.
And it's been working in Eastern Europe, you're saying, in snowy mountainous regions, like say,
Correct.
The Alps, like somewhere
I
like.
can't tell you specifically.
No,
It's
I'm
in
just
the
saying, like
Alps, but
a city like Lausanne or something like that, where they get a lot of snow.
yeah.
Because I'm not concerned about a computer targeting. I'm concerned about a computer targeting, like, if you drive a Tesla and it's a robot.
This is not a robot.
No, but.
This is operated by
the computer
sanitation.
Is a robot.
No, it's not.
It does only that one thing, but it's
It's
automated.
controlled by sanitation workers in a truck. It's person driven, and they determine when to engage and when not to.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, but you just said that once they pushed it into the thing automatically grabs the other thing.
Right?
And so what I have observed is that, say, if there's a lot of sunlight on a targeting computer, it doesn't have as good a job.
I actually worked in IT for 30 years before I came work for the city. I will tell you that those types of AI-driven technologies are not built into this. This is not done that way. This is when I say automated, what I mean is that the mechanism for grabbing and lifting, the person doesn't have to say, grab now, lift now, turn. It doesn't do from an operator perspective, there's basically a stop and go function. So it does those things of grabbing onto it automatically, but there's no machine learning or computer-driven collection here. This is operated by a human and with a safety person on the outside, that if that person sees anything that it doesn't like, it presses the stop button and it stops immediately.
So there's one chip on board. It's not like intelligent learning how to do it. It's just one chip,
Absolutely none.
closed circuit. And
Correct.
there's a person to stop it if it's off. time.
Correct. It's
Okay.
human operated.
All right, I'm
Yep.
sorry, I'm done.
No, absolutely. Great questions.
Have a couple of questions, but I would like to start with a question for Jenna. What exactly are we approving here, just so that we can understand the context of the presentation?
So the approval today, or the proposal in forth today is for these bins that are already being piloted in Manhattan District 9. So Hamilton Heights, Morningside Heights, Manhattanville will be allowed to stay past 1 year within Manhattan District 9 only.
So just that, so the bins are already installed and is to keep them basically make them a little bit more permanent.
Correct.
Okay,
We're voting on the extension of the pilot.
the extension of the pilot, got it. And because I think this kind of goes to a lot of the concerns that may be raised here. Are you monitoring the pilot and what is your process for observing how it's working out? And how will that influence moving this beyond the pilot?
Good question. So there's a couple of things that we look at as we monitor the pilot. There's the operational effectiveness. Can we collect these and are we able to service the bins? There's the cleanliness factor. Are we able to keep the streets clean and are we doing things? And then there's the impact on the communities. Are we seeing a beneficial benefit to the communities? So already since June that we've started this program, we've seen an 8% reduction in rat sightings in this area with the addition of the Empire bins. We are seeing that the bins are actually keeping the streets cleaner. From an operational perspective, sanitation are able to operationally service all these bins on a regular basis without impacting our overall collection. So it's going according to plan so far, but we will continue to monitor those things. And that's what we look at, and that's how we measure the effectiveness of the program. We're seeing very positive results so far.
So will you be issuing like monthly reports or something that kind of collects those observations? And here's where I'm going with it.
Mhm.
It's only been there for a couple of months.
Yep.
It's been in the summer. I noticed on your presentation or one of the documents you provided, you did observe them very carefully during the downpour that we had at the end of July.
Yep.
You observed water was able to move. I have concerns with the snow, a little bit different from Kansas, but
Sure.
I have concerns about only having an inch and I guess you said 1.3 inches of
Underneath.
underneath
Mhm.
and how.
12 inches off the curb.
Yeah, how is that going to work with snow when basically, you know, what happens in New York City, everything gets piled into a giant block of ice that stays there for weeks.
Mhm.
So I'm interested to know how that's going to work. And I'm also interested to understand how much debris or dirt or other elements may accumulate over time on that underside. Because not every resident or every super may be able to clean them effectively.
Yeah.
Given they're locked and given that only the machine's able to lift them.
Yeah.
Coming from a parks background that I have, for a long time, we've had a lot of feedback from our clients that say, I don't want trash cans locked to the ground because specifically underneath the trash cans is where all the stuff accumulates and they're unable to clean it.
So you've raised a number of good points, and let me address them one at a time. First is you talked about the 1.3 inches and not being adequate. So what
I'm not saying not being,
No,
I'm
or
saying
may
I
not
would
be-
like,
might
I
not
would
be
like a
concerned.
close
Yeah.
observation of
So
it to
one
understand.
thing to note is that when there is a greater distance underneath it, that tends to be an area where rats can harbor and nest underneath those containers, because containers that hold trash will generate heat, and so having a large space creates a spot for them. But these containers are different in that they move. They are not mounted to the ground. The only thing mounted to the ground are those small black alignment blocks. These containers are lifted out of place every single day, right? Every day of collection, they're lifted up and moved. And our sanitation team is out there. So we're cleaning up when we see debris under it. We also have regular cleaning scheduled by our vendor that goes out. They lift the bins, they power wash under it, they clean the inside, the lids, the handles, and they do maintenance to tweak the foot pedals and hand pedals and locks to make sure everything is working and in good working order. So we've mitigated some of those potential risks by doing those things. As far as the snow and ice question, which is a good one, in the Hamilton Heights pilot, which was the 10-block pilot where we used wheeled on-street containers with flat lids, dumpsters, basically, with those plastic flat lids, snow did accumulate on top of those bins, right? Snow did accumulate in front of those bins, and then they had to be wheeled to the back of a truck. And with that, we had no interruption in service because we sent sanitation workers out with shovels and we were able to clear in front of those and still wheel them out. These don't require to be wheeled, and they shed snow and ice more readily. This machine is able to lift right out of, if you think of like when you're out with your kid and you put a big bucket in the snow and you pile snow around it and you lift it out and there's a space there where the bucket once was. That's how these things, snow will pile up against these. They will create a wall around it. We can lift these containers right out of it and put it right back into the spot they came. And yes, we should clean around them to as we approach them. And that's what sanitation does. We're responsible for cleaning the snow and ice.
So I guess what's a little confusing is that on your presentation, you said sanitation's only cleaning the bin. And that the neighborhood, the property owner needs to clean around it.
So,
But now you're
Like,
saying,
no, I'm not changing what I'm saying as far as cleaning. You're
Mhm.
talking about getting it out of snow. So when I talk about cleaning,
Mhm.
the responsibility, it's the property owner's responsibility today at all properties to clean 18 inches into the street, right? Similar to dining sheds, the rule that we put in place requires property owners where these bins are installed in front of to clean 18 inches around the bin, to sweep debris and garbage
cleaning
that
under the bin? That would be-
around the bin,
I know,
18
but-
inches in front and around the
But
bin.
my question is sanitation will clean under the. bin.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so sanitation cleans under the bin.
That wasn't super clear.
Yeah.
That's my main concern.
No problem.
Thank you.
Happy to
Um,
answer.
Can I go back to the screen where Meryl was talking about the bin in front of the apartment building? Just because it's illustrative of what I'm gonna
Yeah.
ask. So I think for CB9 in Manhattan, you said there's 1,100 of those out on
Correct.
the streets today, right?
Yes.
So in a typical a block in New York City where there's apartment buildings on both sides,
Mhm.
how many of those then would be out on an average city block?
So on average, there's less than 10 on a block. So if you think about it, roughly 50% of 10 to 30 unit buildings have opted in. In other words, chosen to use these bins. So it's like 50 to 60%, 56%, something like that. On the 30 plus unit buildings, which in CB9 tend to be on the corner lots with a few scattered in between, most of them require one bin, with a few of them requiring 2 or 3. So there's not a tremendous number of them. In fact, for example, like right off of St. John the Divine, 111th Street that's a block that is a landmark preservation block. It's a beautiful block. There's only 14 bins on that entire block. And if you go to that block, as I have with the Landmark Preservation Commission, it's not noticeable that they're there. So it's not a significant impact.
So I appreciate your
And
enthusiasm for the trash revolution. It's good to feel that a little bit.
this gives you
Oh, that's
a
really
sense of the siting plans. It's all in the presentation about each of the blocks and how many bins there are on those blocks.
Yeah.
So we
I
have
mean,
those all here.
And building owners can opt in or opt out?
10 to 30 unit buildings can opt in or opt out. And 10 to 30 unit buildings would only ever get one container because that's how much waste they produce.
And the goal here, though, is to expand this ultimately to every community board district in the city.
Correct. Yeah.
Over how much time would you be rolling this out, do you think?
I mean, I think it would take years to roll out. So obviously we would want to be able to get approval before we did everything and work with each of the community districts as we rolled it out.
Do the community boards have to approve it?
No, this does not require community board approval.
So, I mean,
You would present to every community.
Of course,
and
of
take
course,
Their input.
100%.
right. I think it's inelegant, right? Because trash is inelegant, right? It is what it is. And there's a trade-off here, right? For sure.
I'm sorry, you just said it was inelegant.
Yes.
Um,
An inelegant solution to a very real problem. they
So
call it-
so black bags, which was introduced in the 60s, was an inelegant solution for containerizing our trash, and it leaves this problem.
Yeah,
So this solution, as far as what's been available, the trash needs to go somewhere. And so of the solutions that are available worldwide, I feel that this is one of the more elegant solutions, given.
again, I appreciate you
Yeah.
all are working very hard to do something very good for the people of the city of New York, right?
Yeah,
When I see that image, if you go back to that image again of that block with all of the bins in front of the buildings, right? And this is the trade-off, right? And again, I think you are doing as good as you can
Mhm.
to come up with as good a solution as possible. In my, and I live in Sunnyside, Queens. right?
Yeah.
In my neighborhood, right? There are certainly the 2 days a week where the black bags are out.
Mhm.
DSNY is amazing, by the way. You put those bags out at 8, 9 o'clock at night, they're gone by the time you get up in the morning, right? DSNY is a really good agency, as you know.
Yeah.
So that is one, that is
Mhm.
where we are today, at least in Sunnyside,
Yeah.
Queens, right? The thing, of course, about these bins is that they're not gonna be there 2 days a week for several hours. They're gonna live there forever.
Right.
And I'm not concerned about the parking. But I am, I am concerned about the streetscape, right?
Yeah.
And the beauty of our city, again. No one wants rats. I
Right.
get it, 80% decrease, that's very impressive. It's a trade-off, right? And it
Yeah,
is.
and one of the trade-offs I'd like you to consider and think about it, and as I worked on this program, the thing that didn't occur to me initially, but then as I started to work on that is that I agree with you, 2 days a week service, the bags are only out there for a limited time and they're gone very quickly. See, a lot of people don't see that very often, except for the people that lives in those buildings, because between those services, those bags are piled up in the basement, in closets, in former bathrooms, in storage things, taking space away from people who live in that building that could be storing children's toys and bicycles and other things. And now that garbage that's piled high is attracting rats and vermin. And I've been in the basements and I've looked at these people who have said, I have nowhere else to put it because I will be summoned if I put this out in front of my building on the side. And if you walk down some of these communities and you see the black caged areas on the side of their buildings piled up so high, and I had young women come out of their apartments buildings and say to me, you're telling me I'm going to be able to look out my window? These bags won't be piled in front of my window anymore, and they're on the first floor or down level apartments, and these bags were going to be removed. So yes, these are on the streets, and I get that the trade-off of 2 days a week versus 7 days a week on the streets. But we have to think about the impact on people's lives and the betterment of the communities that we
And it is
address.
Totally.
So that's where we're thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's totally why I'll vote to extend this, pilot, but I do just want to, voice and speak.
We're with you. And part of the reason why we did trash and why we did it trash only in this way was to minimize the impact, the visual impact on the street and what they're doing. And one of the reasons why we chose these containers over others is because they had a lower footprint and smaller visual, sighting on the streets.
Yeah, I've seen these. I thought they looked fine.
Yeah.
They're
If you go on the street, they look,
yeah, they're actually not too invasive.
Yeah.
And they're in a parking spot. So, I think the diagram where you compare it to a car actually is really useful.
yeah.
I had one question though, just, how do you, it's kind of a logic question. If it's a separate team washing the inside
Mhm.
of the garbage bin, like when does that happen? Like when is there not garbage?
It's a ballet. What we do is we have our trucks, our cleaning teams follow our collection vehicles. And what we do is we follow for a block. Then because cleaning takes longer than servicing, we then we skip a block and chase ahead to another block and then follow and chase, and we follow that way. And then we fill in incrementally in between as we do that. And that's how we accomplish it while the bins have been serviced and dumped. We don't have to lock them and prevent people from putting them in, which we could do. And then we're able to do this ballet of chasing and chasing and chasing to get it all done.
So, I've seen them also. I saw one in Tribeca, I think it was the darker one. So that's why I was asking about the color. It was the darker gray. It wasn't that light gray.
No,
So
these are not installed in
I
Tribeca. And
saw one, well, they had one
Might have been prior.
private or something.
yeah, private
So
carters
I
in the
just-
United States do not have side loader trucks, but they
Okay,
may
so
have been a
looks-
different sort of containment.
Maybe I saw a different thing.
Yeah.
But I thought the darker color was better, but that's.
Okay.
But anyway, my point is that I'm wondering about what the city's position is towards, when I say the city. How do we create less garbage? Because it's like Sam Squarch used to say, if we make more roads, we just have more traffic.
Yep.
So are we going to also, at the same time that we're taking care of this, have legislation where we'll try to think about packaging and, that kind of legislation that
Yeah.
we see in Europe that is fantastic.
Yeah.
That's why in Italy, your garbage is like this big. It's a
Yeah,
little sack
I mean, I
this big.
think that as a department, we have been advocates for, different sorts of legislation to reduce trash production, packaging, and giving
Packaging.
responsibility for those that create it. It's definitely part of what we advocate for. So yeah, in full support of it. And the beauty of this program is if our waste streams were to change and we had to reduce how much trash, and we analyze this on a regular basis, we could simply remove a bin from the street and take it up in minutes and give back parking and change what we're doing. It's that easy.
It probably won't happen unless we have less packaging.
And
Right,
we're
or we
complete
have less
advocates.
Garbage.
We are
right,
fully
unless we have
advocating for that.
people.
Yeah.
And then the color thing I'm fixated on because I think it's too light.
Okay.
Just
Have you-
saying, just saying. I
Okay.
think it's too light. I think the dark, I know it's probably a done deal, but if anybody were to ask me, I would pick the darker charcoal. Because.
Yeah, you should go,
Yeah.
I would say you should see them in the
It
streets.
looks darker and then it looks like, I wish I had a picture of it because, a real example of the color, because I just think it's gonna get dirty. It's going to get, graffiti will show on it, and that's the kind of thing I'm just worried about. It seems like this.
Yeah, actually, the darker colors
I
show,
saw one that color in Tribeca, which was the wrong thing, I
Yeah.
understand, but I thought, oh, that looks pretty good,
Yeah.
the color.
I will say dark colors show dirt more. Think of a black car versus a white car.
It's not black, no, it's not black, it's darker
Yep.
gray.
Like I said, these are the color choices. And
It's not as light.
All the pictures are slightly different.
Yeah,
so
I mean-
it's just-
You can wheel one in here, no, just kidding.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, great.
thank you.
Okay.
I just one quick run through.
No, happy.
One, just to piggyback on Lori's idea about pre-legislating things that could help with waste flow. I personally use a pre-composter at home,
Mhm.
and that has really reduced by like 90% the volume, because it takes all the water out of it as it mills it
Sure.
at home. And I wonder if there's a way to connect users with a subsidy to have that kind of a device so that people are actually creating less waste by volume. Two, I am intuiting from this that you're gonna move the same amount of waste as you were, but there'll be no service reductions in regards to, because you're saying you're getting picked up twice a week. As it's rolled out, you won't be taking it once a week because you got a bigger container. You're still
Nope.
doing twice a week, same rotation.
To your point, if that was something which we're not doing,
No,
but think about it, if we take less service, we would need more containers on the streets. Right? So that's not what we're trying to do here. We're trying to minimize the impact of parking and maintain service quality for people.
And then the third thing is there a percentage of average time of collection down from what it was when there were loose bags on the street?
That's a good question. We are actually going to be analyzing, this is an early pilot.
Yeah.
The collection times per stop is greatly reduced.
Because I think that number at community board meeting will get everybody in the room on board or off board.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Each of these containers hold 807 gallons. They could be serviced in a minute.
But a building that had 100 bags on the street with 2 collectors, it's 5 minutes, at least to 10 minutes to get all those bags on the back of a truck,
Longer,
and
yeah.
everybody's sticking in traffic and honk honk.
Yeah.
And it's all
And you have to
quality of life
adjust
stuff.
the truck back and forth and crushing and
Right.
tipping, right?
So
Much
if you're
less.
saying 1 minute
Mhm.
as opposed to
We are in
10
the process
minutes.
of doing a citywide EIS, which
Okay.
will account for some of this.
And then that number is super important, so I'd like
Yeah.
to see that, and then as data, and then I'd like one element, which would be a comparable alpine town where
Oh.
this is in use. One,
An alpine
an
town.
alpine town,
Okay.
That gets a lot of snow.
Yeah.
a lot of snow
The snow.
with
okay.
hills,
With
that. And a
to,
site visit.
to compare it to New York City, which is a temperate zone with no.
Really interested in that.
Okay.
I am not interested.
Not interested. For one of us. No, just kidding.
Okay.
But-
No.
Like an alpine times.
Yeah.
A town with a lot of snow and ice.
Yep.
That is hilly. which is a condition, especially uptown where we
Mhm.
haven't really had it, but if it does happen, that's where I see a big.
Well, this is uptown. This is
Right,
M9
but
is
we haven't
community
had the
district.
bad winter,
Yeah.
but this winter is supposed to be the first winter where we have a bad winter, so we're gonna. The Farmer's Almanac, we'll see.
I have a lifetime of bad winters in New York City. I could tell you about the storm of 76. It was terrible.
Those are, that's my list, is
It's 8 millimeter films of me in that snow.
Now you're showing it. That's really good. So.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. It's
Yeah.
super good stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, so in summary, I want to just start by saying that we are really appreciative of the depth of thought and careful planning and data collection that you're doing. Very happy that you're doing citywide EIS. Our main question as a body is just, after 3 months, things are going well, according to Neil, but we'd like to see it, through all the seasons before it rolls out. So we're very excited to see all the data you collect, including maybe some comps from other places with similar weather who have longer experience than we do. We're also particularly interested in the data related to the cleaning in and around it and underneath, as is well raised. And then I guess Lori raised the question of considering the color, which I'm sure as time goes on, you'll be collecting data on how they weather in that regard as well. So, yeah, with all that, we really applaud the work that's going into this. And I will now call for a vote on item number 30136, preliminary review for the design of a prototypical containerized waste bin for installation near large-scale residential buildings as a pilot for a citywide waste containerization program in Manhattan Community District 9. Commissioners, when I call your name, please state your vote. And just a reminder, this is a vote on extending the pilot. Kenseth Armstead,
Approved.
Isabel Castillo,
Approved, but I would like to request that within a year of the pilot, so around June of next year, that we receive a report on all of your observations so we can keep track of
Fair
the
enough.
progress.
yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. Lori Hawkinson,
Approved.
Bill Heinzen,
Approved.
Carrie Maloney,
Approved.
Manuel Miranda,
Approve.
Meryl Tisch,
Approved.
Jimmy Van Bramen.
Approve.
And I also approve, so let the record show that we are all in favor of approval, and congratulations on the rollout of the project.
Thank you so much for your interesting question. Appreciate it. Okay.
Take a momentary break, about 2 minutes.
Okay, the next public hearing item is 30137. Preliminary reviews for the construction of the band shell and construction of an adjacent shade structure as part of the reconstruction of Damrosch Park at Lincoln Center for the Performing Arts at West 62nd Street between Columbus Avenue and Amsterdam Avenue in Manhattan. Per standard procedure, applicants will give their presentation, then public testimony will be heard, and then the commission will ask questions, deliberate, and vote. We will hear in-person testimony first, followed by testimony from remote participants. Presenters, you have 10 minutes, and welcome. Hi, Michael.
Good morning. Good morning. And we're thrilled to be here and also very respectful that we've got a very focused window to be able to share an update here, which we'll be doing. And so Michael and I will share the presentation. I just wanted to make sure that this would advance, and it was, I think,
Is it not?
there we go. Okay, terrific. So.
Well, okay, I think as many of you know, we have material samples here, which hopefully you'll have a chance to look at, as well as a model with some of the buildings removable to give you a better sense for the kind of optics at eye level. But we're focusing on the area in blue, which is the architectural elements around the stage area precinct that is related to performances and events. And I think you all know Lincoln Center so well. There are a couple of things just to bring to your attention that we mentioned last time that are still very much important. There is a kind of very strong datum around the performance venues that face Josie Roberts. It's about 18 to 22 feet. And that, I think, is something we want to pick up. The other very important change is that currently audiences could be about 160 feet away from the stage area. We're consolidating everything into a more sort of theater and around. So the kind of the significant distance is 80 feet. I think that's a much more inclusive and democratic way of seeing performances. So again, we're going to focus on this area here. And just to remind the commissioners, there are a number of attributes that we wanted to ensure. One is that the park portion be always open when there is a performance. Currently, at Damrosch, when there's a performance during the summer, for about 3 months, the park is not accessible. So you can start to see that we've thought about the circulation through this area. In the summer, when there's a performance, 50% of the area of Damrosch Park is open. Then in the spring and fall, Lincoln Center imagines that this will be a really lively urban plaza with food festivals, vendors, informal seating. And then in the winter, there's also anticipation of trying to activate this area, which currently is not the case with the exception of the Big Apple Circus, which hopefully will also be continuing. We've also been thinking very carefully about during a performance, how this area could be accessible, how it could be cordoned off in a safe way, and still allow access, which you see the kind of green band up at the top, to both sides, Josie Robertson and the park on the west side. So the idea is to, in a performance, to leave as much open space as publicly accessible as possible. There was a question about scale, kinds of performances. One of the larger performance opportunities would be the New York Philharmonic, and you can start to see how that would fit on stage. I think Lincoln Center's ambition is to make sure that this venue is open to every kind of performance they do, from dance to theater to music. Also, what we've been trying to do is to take as much of the back of house space, which you see identified here on the left, and putting that below so that we can keep as much of the surface of Damrosch open to the public. So this, a significant area, about 80% of the total square footage, is below grade in the garage. They're a very complex section. We'll talk about that in a little detail.
If we focus in, I'll just go back one right now. If we focus in on the area here where the restrooms are, I think there'd been a question about whether it was a bit too focused of a ramp here that might create some strange conditions near the waiting area. And One of the things that's evolved that we're really excited about is that we've eliminated the ramp altogether and created a sloped walk in this grove area that will provide access to this grove here so that if there's a long line for the restrooms, for instance, you can be under the shade of the grove here. But it also provides access to this deck area, which is, some of you may know, about 10 years ago, this deck was approved by PDC. It enabled Lincoln Center actually cover up 2 ramps of a garage. And so we'll continue to support, formal programming and gathering. But that was very important to actually add this full accessibility and eliminate that tight ramp. One of the other questions, and I think we've really benefited from your feedback, and really thank you again for all the feedback, including late July. But, one of the questions had been, how is the cadence, if you will, of the canopy roof plan and the trellis organized? And we've got the stage access questions as well. Now, zooming in here, you'll see this performance area. This is the roof plan. This is the area that's under cover with a glass brow here. In this area, the rest becomes the trellis that behaves very much like the trellis expression on the other side. If we zoom in, I think there had been an interesting question about the geometry of the cadence of these, and could they match or could they at least be radial? And in this case, we've actually explored a slight adjustment here so that kind of cadence or radial expression is one that can be supported. There's a shared density, if you will, of 12 inches on center of the trellis elements that are offering shade on the trellis side, and also here as we get over the stoops or porches at the terminal ends. If we look at the elevations here, I think, a couple things that are interesting about these views, and I'll focus in on details of the elevations a little further, but we're by the Coke Theater and the Met Opera, which are very, very large structures. And you could see that, they're running, anywhere from 80 feet to nearly 100 feet. So we're at 51 feet, in a sense, in the family of giants, and as we're adding a new structure. Now, if we look at this, one of the comments had been about the potential of accessibility, especially during the non-performance season about the stage. And in reflecting on that, and Lincoln Center also being interested in what that might become, we've integrated these ramps that are 1 in 12 ramps into the 4-foot plus elevation of the stage. If you look at this particular view, you'll also see there's a little bit of a shadow line there that at the edge of the stage, we are working with the theater consultants to ensure that we have the proper depth to accommodate the subwoofers, which are distributed across the front during performance. And so we're going to make sure that it is no deeper than it needs to be, obviously, but deep enough to accommodate that. Again, as we look a little bit closer, here are some of the elements that that you might want to pick up on. We are concealing the intermediate landings with this smooth expression at the top of that fascia for the ramp. The materials around here, which we have in here, are the travertine aggregate textured fluted walls here. And again, we've got that same aggregate at the face of it. Yes, this is sort of integrating our travertine flex and other stones so that the average color, we're still color sampling, if you will begin to collaborate with the travertine that is on the adjacent buildings. This is the travertine, and then this is the aggregate, which will be scalloped and polished. The polished picture here.
Scallop walls.
The fluting, exactly, only included. So, again, as we look at that, the stage walls that kind of flank in around the proscenium are 24 feet. And then as we come closer here, have a look here at the 18-foot trellis. The edge of this particular trellis of the street is the same data that Mike was talking about. That's very common to the decks, if you will, the loges that are all around the Met and at the main hall. So if we look here, there's also a few additional things, and Michael's going to elaborate on this, but you'll see that our datums are, coming down a little bit lower on this side. On the south side, loading dock area with a screen, a window here that's been upgraded. I think there've been questions before. Michael will speak further about it. And then the low or walls, he'll also elaborate a little bit further on.
Yeah, so I think this gives you a little bit of a snapshot. Bird and have this privileged view. But it gives you a little bit of a sense for the three-dimensionality along 62nd Street. We'll talk a little bit about how that's evolved. There were some questions, particularly about the stoop, this wall, the window, and we can go to the next slide. And you can start to see some of the kind of changes. There is a fairly significant row of trees. I think we're working with Walter Hood's office. These are probably oaks. So the idea of this wall capturing the kind of south light and shadows is going to be quite important. We've opened this up because one of the things that I think correctly was brought to our attention is that there is a kind of strategic location here, both in terms of viewing the entry, but also the entry into the park and the street. So the stoop becomes a kind of public amenity along 62nd Street.
With terrific actually access from Fordham, so that it really does have that invitation on the 62nd Street side.
We took the trees away just to give you a sense for how the facade is developing. There's a stage entry for artists, musicians. There is a loading dock. We will have a decorative screen that will roll down so that when it's not in use, it still has a nice pattern to it. We've manipulated the window a little bit. There was a question about whether it was just too much of an indentation along 62nd Street. Also the height, the sill is at 4 feet. And because there will be a number of artists doing all sorts of things, including changing, it's likely that the glass will probably be frosted or fritted. So you'll still see a certain animation occurring along the street, but of course you won't be able to look in completely. It won't be completely transparent. The low wall's been removed. Let me just go back. And then again, the meter of the kind of precast panels, the cast stone panels that you see here will continue. There'll be some embellishment, some smoother panels around windows to give a little bit of change of texture as well. But there's a lot of question about the stoops and their orientation. Again, I think the sight lines to Josie Robertson are really quite important, and the sight lines from Josie Robertson. But in talking to the community, it was very important to have a sense of being able to move from the park all the way into the kind of classic Lincoln Center. So the sort of sense of this wall opening up and framing a view, also a view to the street and to the park. And so these two conditions are symmetrical, although the end conditions are slightly different. You'll see that. So again, the genesis of many of our discussions with the community came out of informal places to sit. There was a question about this door. This door is actually an egress door. If you go to the next slide, Mary, you can see that it's going to be overclad. So when the door is closed, which is probably 99% of the time, it will just be a stone panel. What we're looking to do is to carry the Tiga Brown, which is the current ground plane of Lincoln Center, up the stairs and forming the back so that we can kind of bring that material. Yes, ma'am.
The stairs here,
Mhm.
you're hoping that will become stoops,
That's right.
Right,
like kind of.
Hang
like a
out.
Museum.
right,
public
exactly.
library, People hang out.
That's right. And, you know, as you know, San Juan Hill was full of stoops that in many ways, I think, provided a level of animation on the street that we'd like, I think, in some ways to recall.
And just important thing though, is that these are not programmed by Lincoln Center for performances. They are hangout spaces. They are literally part of the experience of every day.
Okay. And I think there's also some questions about how these various elements would collaborate. There are some changes of scale that we think are somewhat felicitous. The larger stage area and the back of house is elevated. It drops about 4 feet on either side, so it tends to step down. And then this edge and the trellis are at that kind of 18-foot datum. And then the highest point is 51 feet, and then it gradually tapers off. There's a clear story glass, which hopefully will allow the kind of roof to float somewhat, we hope. Very elegant. There is bird fritting on the clear story glass, which you see here. I think there was a question about that. But it's also performing a very important acoustic value insofar as it's keeping the sound from spilling out onto 62nd Street. So there's a question about the value of the clear story. And again, you can start to see two things. One is that kind of important datum. This rises, then drops down to the 18-foot, but also a sense, it's a little bit of a wolf in sheep's clothing. The below grade is extraordinarily complex. We have two ramps, a structural system that is part of the garage. So we're trying to thread a fairly large dimensional stage area onto a set of fairly closely spaced parking columns. So hopefully all of that will not be seen, and much of the performance back of house will be below grade, accessed directly through a series of stairs and a very, very large freight elevator.
I think there's, been, interest in really how do these details and scales of elements start to collaborate with each other, particularly as we start to think about the canopy of the stage that moves its way out to the porches or the stoops in dialogue with the trellis across. The most important things, and you can see on the model, is that it was important not to have the building in the corner, but in fact, a plaza at the center that welcomes everybody. So the trellis and the canopy there are really framing that space. So especially during the year-round experience, like Josie Robertson Plaza, there's a there that's really compelling. Now, if we start to look at the details here, you'll notice that there's connections here where we have what we call our super beam. Of spanning, because we actually have to span that clear opening. We're shortening that span by pulling into the two flanking walls of the proscenium. And so the beams ultimately taper down to the 12 inches. And then you could see these are 12 inches on the center, and those are our 6-inch depth trellis members throughout. And if you look at this again, I think Michael pointed it out before, the kind of alignment of the trellis and the canopy for the stage are really forming kind of gateways, elements that are setting your datum, returning the datum, just as you can see to the terraces that are captured within the columns around Josie Robertson. And again, you can start to see the stage access there. If we look at this particular element here, I think there's also been some question about where is the seating for the boundary between, say, this overlook area in the Grove and the seating that is sort of for the ticketed audience. And in fact, the seating itself is marching on a little cadence here. There's two back rows, if you will, of seating, of a low seating and a higher seating, but the rest in the Grove area is really hangout space. It's not intended that you must have perfect sight lines. You're there in a more complementary zone. But there was also a conversation about the canopy, which can't really extend very far into the seating area for the audience. We're able to complement that shade of the tree canopy with this trellis. And just to kind of amplify that sense of it being within this kind of botanic setting, if you will, there's a possibility here, which we're illustrating here, of a vine that can come up and on the backside of the trellis, potentially extend that canopy, although the canopy itself with its trellis is doing a lot of work. There's also a question here about how do we manage the cane guard situation? We're doing exactly as we've done at Hunters Point South Waterfront Park. I think Jimmy Van Bremer knows that detail very well. It's literally like a sloped shoe, so that the edge of that is really, which you can start to see here, the edge of that is really aligned so that you pass beyond that 7-foot cane guard status.
Let me just add one thing too, where I think the Hood team is on this call. We're working very closely with them. They're developing a very, very dense, we hope, very, very shaded grove of tulip poplars, which, as many of you know, have fairly dense and very beautiful canopy. So the tulip poplars, we love the idea that they'll start to kind of touch and kiss the edge of the trellis. So that sort of sense of moving from the mineral to the botanical should be a very interesting part of this project.
And again, our 13-inch edge, that's the leading edge of these of the trellis and of the porches, is also holding theater lights and speakers and a few other things. So it's a hardworking piece of infrastructure when it's not really just a shade canopy. So then if we look a little bit further, some of the question is sort of what's the relationship between the overlook steps and theater stoops? Well, they're a little different. The theater stoops are more like the stairs that we were showing, in the brownstones that were no longer here, because we're providing roughly 28 feet of clearance for larger trucks to come in for the load in and the load out, from 62nd Street. But again, though, we've got still kind of an for the actual steps themselves, 2-foot rise, 2-foot spacing. And that's complemented here on the steps that are within the tiered seating area. So that's shared. You can start to see the theatrical equipment, the tension cable accommodated to the trellis. It is not there for structural purposes. It is there really to accommodate the growth. And I think then if we look at the the datums, again, we mentioned that 4 feet is essential for the stage height and the growth of the trees, so those complement each other. At the center, there is a I thought it was just back out. All right, but there, where was I? Oh, at the center, there is a control booth, and so you can sort of look at the various questions that you've had about the spacing with the control booth at the center of the overlook, so like the stage.
That will be only during performances.
Outdoor backstage, some of you may remember 10 years ago, I think that I mentioned the deck, if you will, we're calling the theater parterre. That's been used for, a variety of program elements, concealing the parking, but now we're going to enhance it with a stone framed edge, a wood platform, and planting around it. So it really feels as if it's sort of extending that greenery that comes from that grove to the east and inviting you up. And as you start to look at it, with a bench on the side and planting all the way around it, it will be used, say, during performances for backstage bar, or if there's something that really is going to support, say, the performers that's independent, it has an ability to both be codependent or independent.
Right now, also, very popular is a kind of children's hour that Lincoln Center has when there aren't performances. So this would be an ideal place for something a little more intimate, a little bit more conversational.
And, during the off season, imagine tables and chairs or cafe tables and chairs. So see, there's a stair there, a water fountain for convenience, new plantings and planters, thermally modified wood deck, which you see in our material sample, new stone service to match the plaza paving, and then the new precast bench to match the facade panels, and then the new planter right here. Yes.
Just one question about the stage itself. Because it's hollow underneath I know there can be an orchestra on the stage, but if you have a performance that needs like an orchestra pit, how does that work?
There's no orchestra. pit.
No, there's not, this is not.
There's
gonna
no
be-
pit.
Okay.
Yes.
I was just
Oh,
wondering if I
No,
missed that.
good question. But in any event, though, you can start to see that this is now, what's exciting is that rather than being something that's just being accommodated by a metal ADA ramp, it's really fully integrated now with that slope walk. And also conveniently, has access to backstage. So it's actually working in a felicitous way with the new building. And then this is really a blow up here of the material samples, which you see here on the table. And I wonder if we should just restore it maybe back to an overall view for conversation. Just trying to. This would be a good image to leave it on for conversation. And must be out of breath. Huh? You must be out of breath. Before we begin, we should call.
We'll start by calling for remote testimony. Caro, has anyone signed up for remote testimony today?
We do not have anyone signed up for remote testimony. Is anyone within the Zoom room here to testify? If so, please use the raise hand feature. All right, I do not see any hands, so we are okay to proceed.
Okay, and is anyone here in person to testify? So please raise your hand. I see no one here is either. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to begin with just a quick observation and then I will pass it on to the other commissioners. As we've spoken, we've seen this project a number of times, both on site.
One moment, we have Council Member Brewer online to testify.
Okay, great.
Could we pull up? Right.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, it's Gail Brewer. I'm about to be on a panel with the governor, so I can't talk very long. I'm just basically stating that I'm very supportive. I support the extensive outreach to Amsterdam houses and the addition and everybody in the neighborhood. Unbelievable amount. I think it's exciting that it'll be more of a park. Danmarsh is not really a park now. And I think it's great that there'll be a lawn and trees. And I think even people can go in the water, as I understand it. I don't know if that's true, but the kids at Amsterdam advocated for that. And it's good to move the band shell away from Amsterdam Avenue, closer to the Coke building. I think it's also important, not something that you have to look at, but the fact that San Juan Hill is being heightened in this renovation. Overdue, but very much part of what's being discussed in so many circles. So you have many more substantive remarks, but I wanted to say how much I appreciate all the work that has gone into this. Lots of people have been asked for their opinion. It has been taken. I just want to congratulate Lincoln Center and thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember.
I also want to acknowledge that we received a letter of testimony from Landmark West, which we have on
From
record.
who?
Landmark West, the letter is in front of you there. Thank you.
Okay, so just going back to the main point, which is what you're doing here, we've spoken of many times as a kind of generous and extraordinary gesture of reconnecting neighborhoods and addressing a historic wrong through the design of this space. And we think the design is strong, the party is strong, and it's going to be an extraordinary contribution to the city. This is an extraordinarily complex landscape, as you know better than anyone. And any one microsite here, the backstage, the trellis, the band shell itself, the Amsterdam Gardens, the deck there, for any one of those would be a major project on its own. So I think I'm beginning to just want to acknowledge and frame the conversation here that we see that this is an enormously complex project and that you're dealing with back and forth in scale from the site scale to like what the joint looks like between the step and the door. And you're doing that all at once. And that in the very haste that's required at this time, that adheres to that a certain complexity in both the process and the outcome. So we want to suggest as a group, but each commissioner will speak to their own perspective, that we would encourage the team, and we'll address this through some very specific comments in a moment, to just really think about simplifying across the entirety of the project. You now have your party, you have all the elements, you know what you're doing. Basically, now we're sort of just fine tuning. And we think, now at the point where we have a kind of maximal expression of a response to the program that you have been given by your clients, that now we can take all that and think across the landscape, the detailing of the construction, the architecture, and think about how across all of that we can kind of edit down and simplify so that you can move forward with the speed and the clarity that you are working towards and that everyone would want. So with that, I'll leave it at that for now, and I'm going to pass it to the other commissioners for any comments and questions.
Okay, great. Thank you, guys. It's a really great project. And it's hard, as Deborah said. I sympathize for many reasons. So I was thinking about this as I was reviewing all the materials, because there's so much back and forth. And, the major comment, which had to do with the family of forms. And I was thinking, well, how would I receive that? What are they talking about? Family of forms. And then I thought of this term. This is a weird term. It's called Zusammenhang. It's a German. It is like, not to sound fancy, but it's about hanging together. It's about how everything hangs together. And I like that idea because it's a bit more casual. It's not like everything has to fit perfectly because this is so complicated, but that the connectiveness is so important. So how do you simplify yet connect? I mean, that's the big problem here, I would think, on one hand. So all of these elements. So I just wanted to maybe take a couple, because you guys have been incredibly responsive. And there's just two things I wanted to use as an example. So I wanted to see that section that we keep looking at the big section across that you made. Thank you so much for doing that. The one right, like the architectural section. There's that, and then the one that includes the canopy. Yeah. So we're trying to catch up as you're working and we're back and forth there. So just more questions about the trellis, which I think seems to be working really well in the model. The model is the same model we saw when we went to the site way back.
Well, it's
Not
been-
that far back.
Not that far back.
No.
You can see the refinement here to the scaling before the trellis members here and their scale were different
Okay, so
than that. So this has now become refined to match. So that is an evolution from what you had seen before.
So just some more questions about the left side of the drawing and what you said, is a cable there?
That's a
With
cable.
the vines growing up. And then I guess I'm trying to, we make these drawings too, like imagine where the people are, which was really helpful to understand that it goes back about 6 to 10 feet where people are. So
Right.
there'll be people sitting in there, standing in where, like
Right.
just, not to be so focused, but I want to understand how far back people see. What
Right.
their visibility is if there was an elevation at that
Let's
top,
just-
looking at the stage.
Let's just,
You know, some big person comes on, you're like,
Go
oh, you want to turn and see, there they are, they just arrived.
let's just,
No, I think you're touching on an important point. That area will be both informal, when they're in performance, there will be people there.
right.
So the interface between the grove, and I think you guys handled all of these kinds of points so successfully, the botanical gardens, you know, between the ramps and the ground
Exactly,
building,
right.
I mean, it's a really beautiful project. And so, you know, that, I'm just looking at this area and thinking of that.
Right, it's a great question. And if you look at right here, these are where the columns are coming down. The cables are in the back.
Mhm.
In between the cables of the cables and the columns is where there's some additional seating before the row of trees and just at the back image. After that, it's mingling and chatting. People want views, they might move around a little bit more, but the limit of your actual seating for the performance, which is, you know, chairs. Well, I was gonna say, that's the limit where there's chairs for the performance, and then beyond there, it's. So, you know, I think relative to that question, your sight lines are always organized. They're, you know, the columns are behind you, or only at this moment are they effectively to your side. And so the sight lines have been tested, so there's fewer seats in that area than you get your aperture.
Section.
Yeah.
Is, I think, a legitimate question about how much is too much.
Sorry, could you speak to the microphone?
Sure, a legitimate question about how much is too much. And I think also as we're working with Walter's team, Walter Hood, we have a better understanding of the scale of the canopy. This was an early thought that was, I think, still somewhat embryonic, which was to add some vines on the trellis. I think one might question whether that's one item again that further complicates a situation or might compromise some informal seating here that would be important during a performance.
And so the people are exactly.
They're
in where the
between,
red
oh,
Right, they're right in there.
right, they're sort of, that's gonna be sort of the back edge where the table is for the seating. And that's, you know, I think in fairness, one of the things that the Parks Department, I think, was excited about was the sense that this tree canopy had a life that might extend and sort of interlace, if you will, so the trellis became their expression of shadow. And what I think our sense is that by the time the trees grow up, they may be more or less out at the same edge where the vines might be. And so in a sense, as you all are looking for simplicity, it's one that's complementary. Although we are getting on our.
So I'm going to defer to my landscape expert here on this.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of our main questions was to understand the location of the vine cable with the columns, because it wasn't clear to us. So now we understand they're in the same alignment, which I think brings up some concerns about that interstitial space between the vine cable and the column. And that's where I think it starts becoming perhaps a little bit more elaborate than it would want to be.
Right.
when I look at the axonometric, I'm pointing here just because Kansas got it on the screen. There's a really nice dialogue between the architecture of the trellis and the canopy of the trees, where they are speaking to each other. They're not commingling.
Mhm.
And I see what you're saying. The minute those vines start growing, it starts blurring the line between the two, where I almost feel like they each lose their strength. So
Say that again.
they each lose their strength because the vines and the canopy of the tree start getting this tension. They're just so close to each other. So overall, our observations are that between the cable and the column, and then the vines and the trees, and then the vines growing on the structure of the trellis, perhaps there's
It's
a
maybe
little
one,
bit,
it's one too many.
it's one too many
elements.
things.
That's a
Yeah.
good,
Um,
that's a fair point. Thank you.
There are ways in which by just angling the louvers of the trellis or maybe moving more into like an airfoil shape as opposed to a beam,
Mhm.
you can actually achieve very good shade at the worst times, which would
independent
be the
of any-
summer, without depending on the vines.
Yeah.
I think our other concern is that because you're using the trellis to hang a lot of infrastructure, which I've done before, and I fully support that idea. The vines and then that infrastructure start also
Can
kind
Come in
of
conflict from time.
being in conflict. So I think you're starting to allude to this. I do think the design would benefit from perhaps rethinking the vines and letting the trellis be a beautiful structure on its own.
Mhm.
And if detailed thoughtfully, it can still provide as much shade as vines, or even better, because vines in the winter don't always look
Right.
so
Right.
attractive.
Yeah, I think it's a very valid point.
That's a valid point.
So when you go then back over to that long section where we have the stage, you spoke about that overhang, 'cause we had questions about that, what was under the 4 foot, you said the speakers and all that, so that's super clear. And then the handicap ramp, which we don't see here.
So which one, or,
Well, no,
I-
that does,
somebody else is.
I think it was
moving
more,
that.
it was the distance section, it was pulled back.
Was it the overall section?
The overall section where you saw the 4th, you won't see the edge of the.
Edge of the ramp is right.
It's not shown. there.
The exploded axon also kind of shows
You
that.
know, where it cuts in 4 feet under the stage and there's an overhang.
We're
21 or 20.
No, these are the main presentation. It's the exploded axon.
Exploded axon.
Page 21.
I think the clicker.
I'm trying, the clicker is being a little grumpy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You
Okay.
can see the ramp.
Yeah, you're referring to this,
Right, there was a section somewhere, maybe it was
Yeah.
supplemental, so that's very clear. And the ramps, I mean, there's a lot of symmetry here. Which when I think about hanging together and connectedness, that there are these different poles, like you speak about what's going on, more towards the east and the
Right.
center of the campus, and then the side towards
the west.
the college, right?
Right.
So the ramps and then the scoops, I've been struggling with you about those and thinking about them. And I keep thinking that the one, again, I saw some discrepancies, not to like point a finger at anything, but I'm just wondering, what is it? So at the stoop B, is it stoop B? Is that B? Page 20, I think it is.
Let's go.
There, right, so this is stoop A or B, I don't know what it is, so you had one other diagram, so. Is the scalloped wall, oops. No, it was there. There, right, this is good right here.
Yeah.
So the scalloped wall on the right, it extends to the edge and beyond of the steps.
this is a mistake.
That's an error. right?
Oh,
You caught it, and I,
You caught it.
Okay, I was-
good,
yeah,
sharp eye.
Right.
And, we've gone through rounds and rounds of trying to respond quickly. This is the condition, because I think correctly, when we had the wall out here,
Mhm.
there was a comment made, are you blocking the potential view from the street? Which we thought made sense. So we pulled this back, this is a glass rail. And the wall actually stops right here.
And I think that, let's
See
just
this?
go, there's another view. I'm trying to think, where did that go?
There's where you see the cut in. that stage too. I think.
Yes,
Yeah,
right
there you
there.
go. Right, that's that.
You know, and there may be ways when this isn't a performance of kind of simplifying that condition, because I think even Lincoln Center is concerned, you know, off-season, garbage will kind of, you know, tend to drift in there. It'll be somewhat unsightly.
But I think we're calibrating with the things to make sure we've got the spaces for the subwoofers to
But
be distributed.
Just to answer your question, the 3D drawing is correct. Plans not up to speed.
So now I'm really gonna step out of beyond what I should be saying. Do
Let's
you,
go back.
like, would you consider turning that stair at all? If we go to the plan, do you consider turning like no, this is like, I should, you know, I'm not. I'm just-
No. We actually did.
What happens, so there's not symmetry, because one is pointing east, but actually you're trying to invite people from, I mean, that's maybe not the right answer,
So
but
scooping it toward the
Just-
sidewalk.
yeah, but you know, they're the designers, it's just, how do I admit that, welcome people to across?
Okay, got a great answer to that. Two things. First, they are symmetrical. The extensions or the wings are symmetrical and the stairs that stand down are symmetrical. Second, this is actually, as much as anything, reaching towards the park. In other words, the rest of the park is west. People are hanging out there. They've been in the fountain. They've been coming up, say, from Amsterdam Avenue. And this is there as a welcome in its connection to the park. So it's less about there's a theater world, but it's come enter anywhere at that scale. And so if we were to turn it to the street, we would be turning away from the park.
The next one.
But whoops, yeah, that was the old one. Let's, well. let's see.
Can we go to
It's,
17?
I'm having, can we go to the next one? The clicker's being a little grumpy. Right. If we look at this, the interesting thing is now that we pulled the wall away, it's more apparent, let's say if you're, say, seeing this from Fordham, you get that sense that there's some welcome there. But again, there's no crosswalk there, so
I
we,
know.
you know, we don't really want to be encouraging that. So if we turned it even more, I think we could suggest that then we'd have to get some traffic calming and a crosswalk installed because the gesture would be so compelling. So, you know, our sense though is that by being seen panoramically from the stage, from 62nd, most importantly, facing the park, that it feels like it's in the sweet spot. And we do like the fact that it's symmetrically disposed on both sides.
You know what, sorry, I'd like to bring us back to the first thing that we were talking about on the section, that's number 26, because I feel like we left that hanging without any clear direction.
Somebody
And
could
we'll come
advance
back
to 26, yes.
Second Street facade. I want to make
Great.
sure we make it to we don't want to overwhelm you with jumping around all over the site, with comments about.
That's great.
Well, it is and it's not, because we want to give you some clear direction. And so I want to make sure that the point we're trying to make here with these sections is communicated before we move on to the next thing. And then we will come back to Lori's point about the 62nd Street facade. So Isabel or Lori, do you have anything to add to this specifically? We talked about the trellis, and Michael, you were noting that you're going to consider dealing with the Ungapachka condition that Merrill defined. And so
It's a technical term.
yes, the technical term. So we'll leave that to you. If that's the
Fair enough.
point.
Sure.
You know, I think this section is illustrative of the kind of simplifying we're talking about, because you have this sort of, I don't know if it's cast in place or whatever the materiality of that is on the theater stoop, that bench there. But then on the side, there's this sort of tilted construction that you're using, which is the tectonics of these two are quite different. So, I mean, we're just asking the question about this sort of way, the language across all of these constructions. And we don't necessarily have the solution, but to that point, when we talked earlier about the idea of simplification and a unified design language across the site, this is the kind of exactly the thing that we're talking about. These are both developing beautifully, and we know that you're hearing these comments, but there's when you look at the site in plan here, right? It's clear that that trellis and and you should tell me if I'm reading your intention wrong, but the band shell and the trellis and the floor between it are one landscape, right? Like they're one site. So I
Or they're
guess-
framing.
They're a gateway, which is how you described
Right,
it. I think it's
That's
a
right.
very elegant way to describe it.
Yes.
But I think the issue feels that they're not quite creating that gateway because of what Deborah's pointing out, that they both have
Some
details that in
independent-
themselves are so strong that you're not sure which one is pulling you.
Right.
So if we go to the accent, I just want to further what you're trying to say, Deborah, because we're getting there. The one that's actually more like an aerial, like a grayscale, render, this one.
This one,
That. I really like how you describe this moment as the gateway, right? You're welcoming people coming from the park, from Amsterdam Avenue. You're also facing for them, with the steps under the trellis, they're actually looking this way. But because they're of different proportions and because they're so close to each other, they're starting to create this tension between being a gateway, but being a feature. And they both want to be features on themselves. Their proximity is what's making them a gateway, as opposed to a relationship amongst themselves, creating that gateway. So I think part of our question with the sections is that under the trellis, the sitting steps have a broader scaling plan, and we understand that's because you're putting chairs on them. The stoop is more the stoop idea where you're enclosed. Are there ways in which, because those sitting steps are turning, could the ones that turn have the same proportions as the stoop? So as you're going through the gateway, it does feel even. And then as you enter the plaza, then you get these longer proportions for chairs.
That's super interesting, actually, that you're saying that, because there's, I totally get what you're saying, actually. And if I understand going, let's just see if we can go. Let's go back to the axon.
Yeah.
The overall, where'd the axon go? Right here. Yeah,
There we go.
if I understand it, there is a world in which you're saying these can't come out a lot further because we have to maintain our 28-foot clearance. But you're wondering whether the slow spill here might actually have a cadence that's similar to that.
Exactly.
Right. So that's interesting with these.
On the edges, you mean?
On the edge,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you
Right.
pass the gateway as
Right, yeah.
one
Super,
cadence.
super interesting. The only thing that we worry about is that once you do that, you start to trigger some questions on handrails that we have to manage our egress as we've got it organized. But that actually could be welcome even to Lincoln Center. Give us a couple more seats that could be added there. So I think that we could welcome that feedback and test it and see if there's some, greater correlation between those two conditions as, a slightly more similar gateway set of.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
where
it's
I'm
interesting.
coming from it is if I'm standing right in the middle,
Mhm.
I do want to feel that sense of gateway of the two trellises coming and the two steps coming.
Yeah.
But they both have different features that draw my attention one way or the
No,
other.
it's a very good comment. Yeah.
So going back to the sections and the question.
I just,
fine.
Seth had a question. I just wanna
Okay,
make sure that
sorry.
we didn't
Yeah.
miss-
The other thing, just to piggyback on some of these ideas, is that because they are both angled so that they're pincing, if you.
Are you looking at the accent?
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
yes, yeah.
I'm just sort of wondering about these two relationships where there are two different roofs, but you're also making it look like there's less space because you're extending one out, but then they don't, like, it's a brush stroke, but it could be a singular brush stroke.
Are you saying, you're wondering whether the trellis might actually be in the continuum?
Yes, they are in a continuum because they have a similar aesthetic, but you've discontinued them, like, so it feels unnatural to me, because it feels like there's a. Oh, yeah, it feels. Yeah, but it feels like, yeah.
See it.
So this line, like if I were painting, this is the big part of the brush and then it tapers. And that feels natural. But what you've done is break the brush stroke here and then pick it up again here. And then that makes a different kind of beat. So this is aggressive here and this is aggressive here, but then it makes this space feel less welcoming because you have these 2 points. But if you consider that they could flow a little bit more, just a little bit more, just grace those edges, then all of a sudden you have a much more welcoming mouth.
When you say flow, you mean like cantilever out?
But this is why I was trying, and I know it's not appropriate to, but I draw stuff, so I just draw it. So
Sure.
So it just feels like there's some relationship that should happen between the way that they meet.
That
Yeah.
or they're implied.
That there's some
The
relationship.
skip stop, right?
Yeah, so you made them like they're two different structures and then you put them next to each other. But the relationship as an oval and where you've made the oval or the ellipse. On the ground, you've made the ellipse where it connects. And in the air, you don't see where it connects. So is it an oval? Is it an ellipse? And so I'm concerned about that. And that's the relationship, those two
You're really
areas.
wondering, it sounds like, well, Bernini's arms never connected, so
Yeah.
let's start with that,
Sure,
right?
sure.
And so the whole idea is that you can kind of enter through this passage. And that it's truly, with Bernini's arms, is truly not connected, but it's an implied shared language.
You know,
But the arms are identical.
I'm gonna,
It's still-
I think we're all saying the same thing. It's, I think and then I'm going to move us on to another point. It's really about the kind of
The shared
expression,
identities.
the welcoming
Mhm.
feeling coming
Yeah,
in,
yeah.
and the shared identity amongst the architectural elements as they're expressed through the detailing and the scale and proportion of things.
Yeah.
That's really what it's a refinement.
Yeah.
Not a kind of change,
Yeah,
a
yeah,
massive
yeah.
change. Now, before I move us on to some of the other kind of examples of what we're
Mm-hmm.
talking about here, any last comments on that?
Well, I just wanted to just finish by saying that point that's being made, if we were on the ground, which I'm sure you have views of what you're looking, we'd love to see being on the ground and that condition
Yeah,
too. And then
Absolutely, yeah.
the section through the guy on the left, we don't have at the end. We have the sections through stoop B, but we don't have, unless I'm mistaken.
Correct,
Well,
correct. The
because we're not-
section,
those
that's
two
right, Lori.
sections are not
The
those-
section's cut this way,
Yeah.
whereas that's.
Right, those two sections would be great to see.
Okay,
And then
great.
the
Fair enough,
elevation,
yeah.
I mean, you're gonna be doing it anyway, whatever.
Yeah.
But that's what we can't see, because I can't
Right.
see under there,
Yeah.
and then she's
And,
asking.
and I guess, again, it's in the interest of your notion of the gateway, right? How does it
Yeah,
feel
Yeah.
like an experience that's cohesive? And then you move into the plaza and then it can be different because
Yeah.
the space pulls apart.
Like in a way, what you have is these two structures, they're in the same family, they break, and that one's providing shade, this one's a band shell, but they're of a piece.
But
in a way.
they're siblings.
That's what, exactly, as opposed to like, and I mean, you might have had the intention, and you should say if you did, that they're totally different in their expression, but I don't think.
No,
that's your
the intention was to actually have this. Have the sense that being in this plaza every day is a place. And that place has the kind of 13-inch facing framing element that is on the trellis that actually begins rising at the stage and comes down, but it's really saying there's an embracing destination. Yeah, it's an open space.
And we
As
see
opposed
that.
to a building over there and something.
I want to say that's evident,
Yeah.
and that's why our comments are directed to helping you
No, it's
achieve
great.
that.
Yeah.
So I want to kind of move us along. I think you got that point, right? Another of our key comment areas was about spatial flexibility for daily use. And particularly, we were talking about ADA access. So I wonder if we could look at the image that you showed us that had the red line, the revision of
The revision.
Yes.
Can somebody else drive? Thank you. It's really grumpy. And so if you
Might be
could
losing
drive to if you can go forward, keep going, I think it's like.
Change battery on the clicker.
Next one's kind of a bit more after. It's right after the plan. So
But maybe
it's
check the
going,
battery.
it's the next one, right? Right here. Thank you. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah,
So this is the change.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, great. We're happy about that. And we still had some questions. I think Bill is gonna address them.
Hi, good morning. In terms of the stoops and the porches, I know that you're solving for certain problems, but I'm worried there may be other problems that have been created. It's not clear to me if I'm in a wheelchair or if I'm with someone who is in a wheelchair, I'm not sure how I access the stoop. Am I sort of relegated to being kind of out in front of the bottom stoop? Or is there a ramp?
There's a ramp right here
Yeah,
and that brings you to the top.
oh, that does go. in.
Yeah, that's.
This is all at one datum. This is all +4.
Right.
And this goes from +4 to 0 to this little block.
And is that true both of the porch and the stoops?
The other one, there will be the kind of companion seating at the lower edge and the upper edge is accessed only through the stage. So it doesn't, not every level there is accessible on the westernmost one. Yeah, on this one, that one doesn't have the accessibility that matches the one that's closest to Josie Robertson. So it's a complimentary one, but it's not.
It's just seating.
It's seating, but it's part of the experience. And I worked somewhat on the Four Freedoms part long ago.
Right.
From the city side, and we had a lot of issues about cons steps that were down the street of the UN. And
So we could get rid of the stairs there. That would be one approach. The other is to say
which I'm not
that,
advocating for.
there's companion seating
There's companion
on this
seating at
edge,
the
just off of the picture.
Should we
plane.
see the plan?
Sure.
Where you saw the,
Yeah.
the ramp,
Yeah.
right, that takes you around.
Yeah, so we'd have to modify that.
Right.
The bigger plan, yeah, that's better.
I think based on our conversation, it seems that we'll be looking at the actual plan configurations at eye level of both conditions. So it might be that we end up shifting this a little bit on a diagonal. There are many, many ways. I don't want to get into the details, but we could then start to carve away. We can't put a ramp here because we don't have the,
We don't have the.
we don't have the
we don't
run
have the-
built there.
But
But
you
we-
also, you're not showing the companion seating yet?
No, I'm saying we would have to, we could do that.
Right.
Okay.
The other
Yeah.
thing that we did, just if any of you have been to the Tata Innovation Center at Roosevelt Island, we had similar questions. We had tiered layers getting from level 1 to 2. And in working with the city, what we actually ended up doing was changing the paving at that lower level to be identical to each one of the tiers and provided the same seating. And in this case, it was informal seating tiers. So that might be just particularly if there was any cafe tables and chairs up there, those would be provided down here as well. And that was how we identified a way of providing a kind of a shared world that could be experienced if anybody.
So, and I appreciate that very much. I had a somewhat similar question about the overlook. I'm really going to limit my comments on the overlook, but I can see how if I'm using a wheelchair or if I'm with someone who is, I think I can see how they're
Let's just see,
approaching
kind of.
Yeah.
from the west, and that's not a situation where you would need a ramp, I don't believe.
Let's
But
just- I'm just trying to get to a plan.
with the,
Well, there.
Is this working?
I think I want slide 20 or 22, maybe. 22.
There.
It
Oops,
just jumped.
It's a very enthusiastic.
Yeah.
Or,
A new battery.
well, I guess 20, I'm sorry.
There's a tilted
No.
plane built
No.
on the
25.
northeast.
Let's just,
But in
Let-
yeah,
let's just see. I want to make
There.
sure.
There,
yeah,
Are you?
yes, this will do, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
What were you gonna say?
No, I was gonna
Okay,
say
go
that
back to your
there's a
question.
tilted plane on, the overall plan has a very gentle tilted plane that is more than 1 in 20 that gets you up to this level.
And
Can you
so I
point on the
could-
key plan maybe where that
Yeah.
is, just to
Yeah.
not flip
Right.
the
Oh,
slides,
sure.
because it's going
Sorry.
crazy. Don't flip the slides.
Right.
Right there. So you have to understand, in order to get all the kind of trees, this back grove, as you remember
Yeah.
from Walter's presentation, is elevated 4 feet.
Right. So that the identical sort of setting, if you will, for both this sloped walk and this sloped walk trees is exactly what is at Hearst Plaza right now. Some of you may know when you get over to the one theater that's closest to Amsterdam, you're flush with the grade and then you're on the kind of, the crest, the DG. And then when you get to the other side, it's elevated. And so it's basically one sloped 1 in 20.
So can I get, so let's say we have the
Absolutely.
tables in
Mhm.
between the vines and the
Mhm.
poles.
Anybody
I
can come up
use
there.
a Wheelchair.
Yes.
You're absolutely wheelchair accessible to this whole area. Yes.
But I guess a question would be, just following on Bill's questions. Sometimes when there's audience sitting, the interpretation is that you need to be sitting shoulder to shoulder with someone on a wheelchair, right? So
Mhm.
so we understand how you get to the top. Will there also be companion seating?
Yes, there's companion seating and we could
Terrace.
share just
Okay.
after this, there's a whole theater layout that shows all the companion seating locations.
Okay.
Which are distributed at every cadence, if you will. across the-
I guess we just haven't seen that, so perhaps
Yeah.
that's part of where the comments are
Sure.
coming from.
Yes.
But I think on the stoop along 62nd Street, that one's a little bit trickier because you can't really get to the top.
Correct.
And I'm curious if by carving out the companion seating, it starts making that shape a little bit too narrow. So it's just something to look at.
Well,
It might, but it seems, I think, based on some of the comments that we've been hearing is those two ends need to be looked at.
need to be, if they're
Really
in
at eye
dialogue with
level.
each other, and there's, I think, opportunities for both the accommodation of companion seating and the kind of call and response of those two terminal conditions to calibrate appropriately. with
I mean,
each other.
we'd
Yeah.
hate to lose the stoops because we do know that informal seating is so precious around Lincoln Center and
And we have a necessary egress. It would just look like a side exit stair and
Yeah.
nothing else.
And there's no way to get the ramps that get you to the stage to connect with that stoop. Those are completely different planes.
Completely different thing.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
so I think let us look at that. I just want to go
Yeah.
back to one comment that I think was left, which was the section, there was a diagonal.
Yes.
Okay. Originally, there was a single column. Our structural engineer was a little challenged by that. And the column's getting quite
Getting chubby.
bigger. Do you want to go back to it?
It's fine.
Yeah. So
Mine
then
did.
we sort of said, oh, a cable. The cable felt a little maybe too high tech. On the other hand, a cable would disappear a little bit. So there may be an advantage of looking at that again. When this wasn't here, there's a huge plate
We were getting
that,
chubbiness.
and the column was getting
It's-
quite a bit
it's always-
thicker.
Yeah.
Then we looked at a column coming down here, that was problematic. I think you're both
It looks
bringing up. the
great
thing.
across that big section. It's just the.
It's the vine
vine-
cable
the
that
vine
was
is
showing
one-
up.
Yeah.
Got it.
Tail wagging. the
Got
dog.
it, got it, got it,
Yeah.
got it, okay.
I think we're, so Bill,
Done.
we're good on that.
Done.
We got that. Okay, thank you,
Okay.
Bill. Kenseth.
I just wanted to go slightly different direction, if we have covered that, but I wondered when we would be getting an update on the sort of software model of the sound in the space, because that's another sculptural object in the space that actually you change the shape and I want to see the new sound model of how all the sound fits into this space. And then I also wondered when we would see an update on, now it's pointed at the Met building, but what the soundproofing would be on the facade of that Met building. I know that's not quite part of this. Isn't that part of this? That's part of it. Okay,
How
so
much do you
I,
want me to answer and how much do you want us to follow up with? We have a sound model.
Over here.
Sorry, I'm Shreya from the Lincoln Center team. Darren is on Zoom, but I can answer. We have an updated sound model we're happy to share. I think we shared an update in some of the response to comments that we gave, but can provide in another update. The sound modeling is just being refined. There is, as you said, the most impact is pretty directed at this corner, basically.
Yeah.
And Lincoln Center is soundproofing the Met facade on the inside. So any of the office spaces,
Right.
which are the only spaces that are impacted.
the first model that we saw had very high levels here
Yes,
and here. So now you're saying that it's here.
the
that's-
concentrated feedback is here and we're working with our acoustician Strappy Holden on the actual speakers that we're purchasing and
Okay.
how we tune sound with that.
Yeah.
And the ambient, further studied the ambient sound at the street level is what's causing the increase at NYCHA.
Right.
It's just being picked up as part of our model. Sorry? So the residential tower is this one on this side and there's no impact there. And then Amsterdam houses,
Here, and here were my main concerns. Because here, sound's not gonna, jog around the corner, but these apartments and these apartments are gonna get direct and unmitigated sound. So
none
I
of
wanted
it is
to see.
unmitigated.
No.
None of
No.
it is
So,
unmitigated.
Okay,
Kenseth, just a couple of things to just add that are probably very important. It looked very clear on the back. That's glass. There's,
Right.
so it's fully enclosed from the proscenium frame. So the only aperture is that aperture that's coming right here. Everything else is fully enclosed. Second of all, because in the current situation, you're back about 165 feet.
We're not
At the
throwing sound
furthest,
as far.
you're throwing sound very, very far. Our furthest most seating is about 84 feet. So our speakers, our amplification, our projections are significantly benefiting from the fact that everybody's closer.
You can downsize the sound, and that's great. But what I want to see is the actual model of what that downsize.
Yeah, we can share that.
Yeah, we
We
can
can
share
share
that. Yeah,
That's what, because if you're putting half as much sound. At first, the model had sound back to here, which was at higher levels, and was more than.
It was +4.
Yeah, but if it's all contained here, then it's great, and of course, all of this is soundproofed, but there's no detail yet on what that sound.
We can share all of
be. I would really love to do that.
We've been waiting to select our speakers, which we now have more information on that.
But that's the only part where I have really a big question, because there isn't any detail.
Yeah. I think it's absolutely valid. The other thing we're doing is the trellis, as Mary mentioned, is a part of a piece of infrastructure. That would have some speakers.
Oh,
So
local.
what we're trying to do is kind of localize this now.
Right. Meryl, you had questions.
When are you planning on starting? I just think the timing is.
Construction will start ideally with all approvals in place, May 2026. And this is partially related to tariffs and long lead times and procurement of steel and concrete and things like that. And also, so as we said,
We're moving forward, right?
with
This
your
is
blessing.
This is an important project, right? And we want to clearly meeting of the minds, but we want you guys to move forward in your planning and. Because with tariffs and everything coming down the pipeline, I just worry that constant delay, right? Is going to make it so that your purchasing powers become very threatened. So are we having what I would call an accelerated timeline in terms of getting to yes on all these things?
Well, we're at preliminary and this is a preliminary review, so that's what we're talking about. And we'll vote on that.
But I just want people who are listening in to be clear that the Public Design Commission is very in favor of this project and very aware of timeline issues. And the
Indeed, we
feedback
are.
that I think that you're getting, that you guys are getting, is invaluable.
It's terrific. No, we absolutely appreciate it. Absolutely.
Jimmy,
Um,
we're going to bring this to the.
yeah,
Yeah.
another reason, I love Merrill Tisch, because that was the exact same thing I was gonna say, all of it. I just checked again, it's a $335 million investment. I think the reason there's so many.
You're low.
Yes, I'm sure that's what they've got on the piece of paper, but I think the reason there's so many comments is because this is such a special place, right? It's so iconic. That's why what Lincoln Center and what we're all trying to do here is incredible. To be such a win for New York City and for the neighborhood, including your public housing residents, which you have spent, as Councilmember Brewer said, so much time with. So I too was going to ask about the timeline, making sure that we are both obviously taking my colleagues' comments very seriously and into consideration. You've been very responsive, but also making sure that we move forward with this very important project.
Thank you. Thanks, Jimmy. So commissioners, we're running out of time for this. What I would propose is I can summarize the key points that we have made and then give those points as a summary and we can create conditions for the vote. But I'm open to others going into more detail. I can summarize first and then see if any of you have comments. Why don't I do that? All right. Okay. So I think you've heard our comments about the unified architectural language across the site and the simplification, which we understand has been very challenging given the size of your team and the speed that you're working at. We understand that. So we're just encouraging you to continue with that process. We talked about the ADA compliance and accessibility issues. We talked about the kind of the effort, to a limited extent, the effort to not create another wall on 62nd Street. We're taking walls down, right, on Amsterdam. And so we understand that 62nd Street facade has to accommodate back of house. And so we would encourage you to think about, I know that you now on this west side of the trellis, I noticed a new element, you have those sort of flattening out seat stairs, right? Which I don't think we've seen before. You can see it on the model. Someone, I think it was Lori, raised the idea of making similar seating, so it would be very visible and welcoming to those who live to the south on the Fordham campus. Something we're giving you that as something to consider. We know you can't do much with that facade because you have those back houses.
Yeah, and we did pick up some of the comments, so I hope that was pretty clear.
And also sort of continuing that the materiality of that 62nd Street facade along the side of the stairs is something that we would ask you to consider, but primarily really just to make it a front facing to the extent that you can, understanding that it's back house to the Fordham community.
Can I just understand, though, I do want to be very careful if we're looking at it front facing to Fordham, particularly as doors and steps, there is a risk that people are going to say, oh, I should cross here, and there's no crosswalk. So that's why we were saying the signaling really wants to be towards the park and to the west. And I think that's important to distinguish.
Agreed.
It's ambiguous.
So we just want to know.
Yeah,
what
yeah,
we're doing.
yeah,
And
exactly.
then finally, some last site-specific feedback has to do with, and I'm just going to list them. Each of these things I'm about to list are in and of themselves a large project for you, but I'm gonna just put it out there. We are still wondering about the operational requirements for performances and everyday uses at all scales in all seasons, and we'd love to see some more. And we know you did show us for like the summertime performances on the stage. We do understand that now, but there are many other uses at different times of year that we don't really understand how the circulation works, how the operations work. So that's one comment. Another has to do with that space underneath the stage overhang. We feel that's still unresolved, but you understand that as a kind of, as particular out of season, like trash, people hiding,
And
kids
is there
hiding,
a
whatever.
fence guard? We didn't mention that.
Pardon me?
Is there a guard? from keeping-
Right, like.
There will be,
At the
yes.
stage of it, yes,
The
there's
detail, yes.
stanchions to be able to accommodate temporary.
Right.
During.
We
the
talked
season.
about the complexity and the sort of heaviness of the band shell roof, and it's with the detailing and the relationships, the detailing of the trellis roof. We know you're looking at that, and you're looking at that with your structural engineers, so that's something, an area of focus for us. And then finally, the backstage deck. The program there, you mentioned the children's hour, what's the materiality, what's the operations, what's the program, what's the shade, who uses it, what do they use it for, all those things.
Fair enough. Yep.
Yeah,
But
So-
Deborah, there's two
Please.
things we didn't cover, and maybe I'm confused, maybe I should have asked sooner. The dance area with that trellis, is that part of this?
No,
That's
no,
removed.
it's
That's
separate.
separate.
Yeah,
And then
separate. We're not
the
looking at that.
northwest corner is not part of it.
no, not.
So in terms of the time frame and the whole project. When are those coming to us? When does that come to us?
So,
I mean, just trying to understand,
The
you guys
whole-
have a lot to do,
In about 2 months.
In about
We'll
2
come
months
back
that
with
with the landscape.
with the landscape,
The landscape.
landscape architectural,
And
exactly.
you will be working collaboratively. I'm
Yes.
assuming,
Yes,
with
they
the
have
landscape
been.
architects, so that part of the landscape doesn't feel like a separate, differently detailed, different materials.
Right.
than the landscape.
They're
The,
We're not.
the comment,
That.
they're all working collaboratively,
working
but one of the
collaboratively.
comments we received was either make
Yes.
this canopy more
same.
separate and part of the gardens, which is the direction that Hood Walter specifically took. So everything that's in this landscape zone, sorry, Fordham, lifted terrace, and the gardens and the mechanical vent that's here are all more part of their own family now than being part of the theater
Okay.
family.
What we would encourage you to really think about, and we understand that you at Lincoln Center are encouraging a collaborative team, is that this landscape and how it welcomes particularly the residents of this community should feel that it's a welcoming front door to the rest of the week and not a separate, totally different detail,
Yes.
totally different material.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's part of the same landscape, and we encourage you as designers to work as a team.
Right, and Deborah, just to be clear, we are working together as a team, and that's where you're gonna see some threads that are very, very much shared. Really include the whole paving. For instance, the rest of the
That's
campus
great.
has a twig of brown. So instead of sort of the grays that you see on Dammers Park now, that twig of brown is being brought all the way through.
That's great.
And then so too is the darker stone here. That's setting up the cadence and of all the kind of patterns of
Right.
marking. So we've really been working very tightly as a team.
This whole area too.
Absolutely. So, right.
It's that
Yeah.
kind
Yeah.
of detailing
Yeah.
that will make this feel, it will help it reach your goal
Right.
of being a welcoming landscape that actually knits this community, back
Weaves it together.
Without that kind of consistency across the site, and I'm speaking now to the whole team,
Mhm.
that they will come apart.
Right, yeah.
We've seen that.
And I would also add that
Yeah.
beyond the architecture, which I 100% agree with you on, because this backstage deck, it's now coming to light and forming itself a little bit more. It begs to me questions about the difference between that space and its use versus that other area we're talking about, because they start becoming these kind of auxiliary gathering places of similar scale that I know are needed, because when the main performance space is in use, it needs to be closed, you want to have auxiliary spaces. But now I'm confused myself about what is the difference between them? What will they be used for? How can their design be pushed and pulled to either be self-similar or to be completely
I think,
different from each
well, they
other?
are, Isabel, I think it's worth noting that the scale of the deck that is there, the theater parterre, is significantly larger than this dance floor. This is really an accent, if you will, that, you know, has gestures that are independent, but do look at the scale of the lifted terrace to understand that that area is quite a bit more petite, is about 1/4.
Yeah,
the size
but
of-
then I feel there's so much more investment there in terms of the
Yeah.
trellis and sitting steps and
Mhm.
infrastructure
Mhm.
versus this.
Exactly.
My question is, what are their uses? How are they different? How are they providing
Right.
a different space for different uses? And how can that help inform the design resolution? Because
Right.
this seems like a mini expression of this, whether it wants to be or not, right? And I think that's a little bit of what we're struggling with.
Yeah.
So this is a found object, essentially a very light gauge deck over ramps.
Right.
10
10 years ago. But worth, by the way, Michael was just pointing out that this was done 10 years ago as a surface cover. The common thread here, though, is that we have a wood deck here and there's a wood deck there. So those really are, in a sense, they share that material focus.
They're like
But they are,
cousins.
they're cousins. They're cousins, but they are really in very different settings. Remember, we are next to a very large theater and this theater here. So it's a frame space with greenery around it. The overarching thing that we're thrilled about is that one is really able to carry landscape all the way around, and we are building planters here so that you will almost feel that the theater is a clearing within this continuous grove that defines this rejuvenated park.
So I think as this is developing, obviously, we're all going to be getting together with Walter's team, so there'll be some kind of equivalence or a clear distinction, which might be actually more fruitful.
Can I just?
Okay.
I'm just curious. How's it gonna take 2 months to come back with some of these solutions? Listening, what they're saying is they want consistency and access and opportunity for the community, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just curious, why 2 months?
We're
You
submitting
clearly
next
voted
month.
on this.
We're submitting next month to pick up the feedback we heard at the end of July, and today we were waiting a little bit for more clarity from today. And then the hearing would be in October, which is in 2 months.
So, we need to move to a vote. And I'm gonna propose the following, and I'm asking my fellow commissioners to weigh in on this. We can ask the team to move forward with preliminary approval and conditions. However, one of our, I think that a primary, theme of our comments here is unity across the campus and giving the team the time that they need to realize the incredible ambition that you have given them here. If you are coming back in 2 months, can we not say that we would see the project in its entirety, which is really the only way to look at this thing? And then you have the time to work through the comments we have given you today, and we will see the entirety of it.
Yes.
Because then we can understand how this campus works as one site, because it is one site,
Yeah,
right?
it's a very legitimate.
So
observation.
I'm gonna put before my fellow commissioners, and I ask you to comment, that we would ask the team, we would ask the team to defer and add their preliminary submission with the updates. And we will see this as one complete campus landscape and architecture together.
Sorry.
We-
Conditions, but the preliminary approval since everyone's here today. So
Would we
they
make that a condition? Can we make it a condition that?
She had to make us think that.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. There will-
As long as we get approval for the
And then
architecture,
they
for
will
the steel.
Yes.
So wait,
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand,
I know,
and I'm gonna look through a realistic lens, okay? We are looking, I would imagine that one of the things in getting this done is being able to get your funding in place so you can have an orderly process.
Yes.
Yes.
I would also further imagine that one of the things you're going to rely on is some public financing. I would further iterate to everyone that as we look at the financial realities of the city and the state, we want to make sure that this project is in the queue in an orderly way.
Agreed.
So, I just don't want people to say, they're giving you, I think, great advice, right? Which gets us to beyond yes, it gets us to yes in the right way. So, Deborah, by putting this off as a preliminary approval, I'm just worried
No,
that we
understood.
fall
Yeah.
off the queue.
Yeah.
I don't want to fall off that.
Yeah, no, I'm and that's not what I'm proposing. Okay, I'm not proposing that. What I'm gonna propose is the following. We will vote on preliminary approval. However, we will expect to see in a month's time an interim submission just on the architecture, and we'll offer a workshop. Because I think you
Great.
have a
That'd be
lot.
great. That'd be
We've given
terrific.
you a lot of feedback and it's a lot of work that we're putting in front of you.
Mhm.
And we really want to be helpful to you as peers.
Mhm.
And then when you come back in 2 months, we will expect to see the whole team, not two separate teams.
Mhm.
And that you would present this as one landscape, which is what it is.
Right.
So I'm putting that on the table as the preliminary approval condition. So 1 month interim submission on just the architecture.
Followed by a workshop,
Followed
so
by workshop.
comments can be provided very.
Exactly.
That would be great, because I think it's a workshop.
Yeah.
It's really critical.
This week.
Not this week.
So it's actually faster to get it all together on one proposal, because then we're not doing 2 iterations that have to be recommunicated.
Exactly.
So that's actually faster.
Yeah. So what I'm proposing, I'm gonna state it again, and then I'm gonna call for a vote. This will be a vote on preliminary approval. In fact, let me just say all the numbers. I will now take a roll call vote on item number 30137, preliminary review for the reconstruction of the band shell and construction of an adjacent shade structure, part of the reconstruction of Damrosch Park at Lincoln Center for the Performing Arts at West 62nd Street between Columbus Avenue and Amsterdam Avenue in Manhattan. This preliminary approval vote will include the condition that in 1 month's time, date to be determined with the staff and the team, there will be an interim submission, at which point we will convene a workshop with those commissioners who wish to participate with the team on solely on the architecture piece here. We will give immediate feedback within, let's say, a day to 2 days, so that you can act on it should that be necessary. But then when the team comes back in 2 weeks for preliminary approval on the landscape elements, we will ask the team to show the entirety of the scheme and be able to speak to how the different parts of the landscape work together. That's what we're putting on the table right now for the vote,
Inclusive of the sound model.
inclusive of the sound model. Commissioners, when I call your name, please state your vote on this preliminary approval with the conditions as I have just stated them. Kenneth Armstead,
Approve with the conditions.
Isabel Castillo, Lori Hawkinson,
Approve of the conditions.
Bill Hines,
Approved.
Harry Maloney,
Approved.
Manuel Miranda,
Approve.
Merrill Tisch,
Approved.
Jimmy Van Bramer.
Approve.
I also approve with the conditions. I want to add that I am very grateful to you as designers and as the team for, it was a dramatic moment for working with us because we share the same ambition to get this built quickly and for you to achieve your goals of knitting these communities back together and providing an incredible new cultural amenities to the city. So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And we really appreciated this feedback. Thank you.
It might be one thing. Hand draw. Hand draw. Hand draw. Connection. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we unmuted?
Are we,
I think we're ready to start.
are we on mute? Okay, okay, great. Okay, commissioners, we're going to begin committee. We'll now begin the committee meeting with the conceptual review. Shh. We'll now begin the committee meeting with the conceptual review of the reconstruction of a waterfront esplanade, including the reconstruction of a portion of Pier 84 in Hudson River Park from West 40th Street to West 44th Street in Manhattan. We will not hear public testimony or vote on this project today. Presenters, you have 10 minutes and welcome.
Thank you. So my name is Tom Adams from the Hudson River Park Trust. I'm joined by Kevin Quinn from the Trust, Jadiel Rivera Diaz and Che Huang from Marvel, and Christian Arkell from TY Lin Traffic Engineers. And we are very excited to finally at the Trust be bringing to fruition and beginning design for the final stretch of Hudson River Park, a 1 mile stretch between 29th and 44th Street. We're here today to talk to you about the northern extent of the project. We're doing this project in phases, starting from north to south, where we have more control over the site and there are less external complications, so we can deliver something to the community sooner than later. So just to give context, obviously, this is a relatively underserved area in terms of parkland. So we're very excited to bring open space to this section of Clinton and the Hudson Yards area. So just to give context of the overall project area, project's jurisdiction, Pier 76 and South is New York State property. Pier 78 is unique in that it's actually a completely privately owned pier and upland section. And then the section from Pier 79 to Pier 84 is New York City property and under Public Design Commission purview. So to give an idea of context, as was mentioned, we completed Pier 84 in 2006. We were looking at targeted improvements within Pier 84, some less successful areas of the pier that we think would benefit from improvements. We're also here to talk to you today about the upland area in front of Pier 81 and 83 that's utilized by Circle Line passengers and a number of other park visitors. Not being reviewed today, but where we're working closely with City DOT on is the upland area in front of Pier 79, where we're looking at some improvements there as well as in front of Pier 78. So again, to give people context, the areas in purple are areas where we're looking for real park program improvements. The areas orange hatched, this area right here is New York City transit operations, as well as entries to the existing Pier 83 parking garage, which will remain, as well as operations access to Pier 81, both used by Circle Line. And then to the south, this is New York Waterway access in front of the New York City Ferry Terminal. So again, a variety of what this slide is meant to convey is that this is really a very unimproved, highly paved, lack of green area. We have some improvements in Pier 84, asphalt, a wide asphalt walkway, concrete, and roadways. We're really trying to make this feel more like part of the park. We're trying to meet a diverse set of users, from tourists to commuters to park users, runners. And again, to give you an idea of context, Pier 84 is a very successful pier. We reconstructed it in 2006. It's very heavily utilized. This lawns, boathouse. There's a existing water spray feature in this part of the park that will remain, as well as a park building with restrooms and concession space that will remain. The community garden and dog run at Pier 84 will also remain. But this area here, this is one of the targeted areas of improvements, a water play area that just has not been successful or heavily used. And then also we have an extended amount of paving around the park building. It's relatively unwelcoming, a lack of really welcoming seating. So we're looking to improve that area as well. And then as we get farther down, obviously we're in front of Pier 83. So we've got the traffic entering Pier 83. So trying to improve safety and compatibility in that area. A variety of users in this paved expanse of Pier 83. We have Circle Line queuing that we need to provide for and hopefully, set it up so it's a little bit outside of the main path of travel. And it's a wide, as you're all very aware, the usage really varies depending on the time of day. It's very heavily utilized by school groups in summer periods, but we also have it where it feels kind of very bleak and unwelcoming outside of peak tourist season. And then also just to the south, Pier 79, a very narrow sidewalk in front, and we're looking to improve pedestrian compatibility in that area. We've had a very robust community engagement session so far this year. We had a meeting attended by over 70 members of the community in January, where we solicited input on what they want to see in the park. We had a follow-up meeting in May where we presented what we heard from them and also some conceptual ideas which we're showing to you today. It was very well received by Community Board 4. What we heard was everybody wants a space that meets the needs of all park users, from residents of the local community, Circle Line users, more green, more shading, safer, clearer circulation. And again, in terms of the desired qualities, everybody mentioned, or most people mentioned, kind of an oasis and a green space that's more in keeping with the rest of Hudson River Park. We've done an extensive amount of stakeholder engagement to date, which I won't go line by line, but we're meeting with City DOT and we'll continue to do so, the private property owner in New York Waterway, as well as several meetings with Circle Line. And Circle Line is very supportive of the concept design so far. And everyone agrees we need improvements in conflicts between user modes, making the area feel greener, more welcoming, places for everyone to rest and sit, and just making the area more organized and work better. So we've had our community input sessions. They will continue, and ongoing meetings with our agency partners and site investigation. And we're now in concept development. And our project goals are to create a greener and more welcoming park space, improve Esplanade safety, make the area connect to points north and south, and basically make the area feel more like part of Hudson River Park, meet the needs of people that need to queue and wait for the tour lines, but also make the area feel welcoming to the local community, which we heard very strongly. And with that, I'm going to turn the design over to Che Huang, who will walk you through our concept as it stands.
Thank you. Which is the pointer?
That advances and the little red.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. Che Huang here, landscape architect and project manager for Marvel. So you've just heard a lot of, site constraints and community input from Tom. Obviously, there's a lot going on. Everyone is in this space. There's site operations, there are active peers. There's the ferry terminal, so a lot going on. And there's the local community trying to, use the park. So with all that input and all those, investigation and looking beyond the site boundaries at the park at large, taking lesson learned and precedents from the park and beyond, we started to reorganize the site. So first by laying down a continuous esplanade along the waterfront, which is consistent with the rest of the park. That's the first and foremost. Expanded where, at the pier frontages where everyone's running into each other. And that's where extra space is needed for everyone to move through safely. And then in dark green, you'll also see a band of continuous landscape buffer that is also consistent with the park standards. Providing a slightly raised park edge that's buffered with landscape that protects the park from, the adjacent Route 9A traffic, and really reorients park users towards the river better. And then in light green, infill the park spaces with new programming, lush landscape and planting, as we've heard from the community and stakeholders. So this is where we are with the concept plan. The idea is really, hearing from everyone, transforming the sea of asphalt that's there today into a much greener park that's like the rest of Hudson River Park. And in doing that, as things stand right now, we're proposing to reduce the impervious surface area in about half with this concept design. And in the next few slides, I'll walk you through kind of the programming decisions that we've made with the communities and the stakeholders and kind of the rationales behind each one. And then we'll walk you through the whole plan, like in a zoom in enlargement. So starting from the south, you got your, continuous esplanade coming up from the south to Pier 81, where we're proposing a flexible lawn area right here. The reason being located there is because that's the only stretch of the Esplanade that's wide enough for this such program, and also it's where it's not interrupted by nearby traffic. And this is where the community has expressed that this can really be the sort of a relief valve in this very busy area. And we actually found a similar space right outside of the Trust home base at Pier 40, where a similar lawn has been functioning really well right next to a highly active operation zone. Moving up between the two Circle Line commercial piers, we're proposing a series of picnic groves next to the waterfront, again, buffered by this continuous landscape buffer, reorient people towards the water, which is page up, and providing a variety of seating options for, all types of users, whether it's your Circle Line passengers or your local community members on their daily routine through the park. Or people who work in the area who wants to go out, during lunch break. And then up north, a small gathering area as a kind of spillover space that supports the nearby programming. So you've got the existing park concession to stay, a new designated taxi drop-off area, and the existing Circle Line pier. That's where the ticketing and the waiting and queuing happens. So a small gathering area to support all that. Behind the existing building, a boardwalk or a nature walk through a rain garden to capture site stormwater, also roof runoff from the adjacent building. This is also a way for us to provide clarity on the main Esplanade circulation through the front of the building, guiding people closer to the waterfront and to experience the rest of Pier 84 with existing and new park features, including the fountain that you saw earlier, a outdoor gym that we're proposing as a new element, and paired with a nature play area in replacement of the failing water play that's there today. So all of this cluster of programming came from direct conversation with the community, hearing them, the desire to have a multi-generational, age-inclusive park that works for everyone. So that's where all these ideas come from. So in zooming in onto the site, again, starting from the south, the flexible lawn area in light green, as you can see, protected by a really robust landscape buffer ranging from anywhere from 20 to 40 feet to really, screen from the adjacent traffic that's right here, facing the water for people to enjoy. Yeah.
You said it was raised elevation, right?
Yeah, and then we'll show a section of that typical condition. That's not only here, but throughout the entirety. Yeah, no problem. Okay, and then moving up between the two Circle Line piers, this is where everyone is coming through. You've got your peak summer season, your large school groups trying to have lunch at the water on their field trip. You've got your local joggers coming through. You've got people who work in the neighborhood coming out during lunch break. So this is where a lot of seating is needed, and a wide variety of different seating, social seating, smaller group, quieter nooks. So this is where we think a flexible picnic grove will work very well. Again, protected by the landscape buffer. Yes. Yes, and I can briefly touch on this. We have additional slides in the back that we could get into the details of. So over here, two things, really providing clarity for both the pedestrians and the vehicles, the drivers. So on the Esplanade, clarifying areas to walk through versus to sit and wait and gather, so that not everyone just in each other's face. Okay, yeah, there we go. Yeah, and in the driving area, also providing clarity for the drivers in terms of providing designated taxi drop-off and pickup, another designated area for larger group drop-offs. And this is where we understand there were some comments and questions from the commissioners about, having ample space for these activities to occur. So we've adjusted the width of the pathway and the configuration of the seatings to make sure that, everything can flow through easily.
So quick question, just so we understand the plan. The areas with the dash,
With the dash, yes.
that is where vehicles will park. So either buses on that side or for hire vehicles on this side.
I mean,
And then
right.
without that, it's just moving traffic.
Yes, correct. And you can see we're starting to clearly delineate the traffic movements that are intended with the initial pavement marking, so that it's clear that, if you're a taxi, you come in and then there's a space for you. If you're coming in to drop off stuff for the pier, you have a space. And if you're none of them, you keep going through and exit this area.
And then second question, you mentioned clearly delineating the promenade so people know where to stand versus where to walk.
Yeah.
Is the intent of the different colors that there will be different pavements to
You're talking
help
about
with that delineation? Yeah.
yes. So the idea with this darker color tone is that we want to make clear always to everyone that where the Esplanade is. So that's your clear walking space. And everything else is either, respite zone for, gathering in front of the pier, or additional circulation pathways that are secondary to the Esplanade.
So does that area where the walking zone is, the part that's off the plan on the north and the south, when I meet what's there, is it the same material? What happens at that?
Like
line?
past this?
Right. How does it?
It continues.
It's cueing you to where I'm supposed to keep going.
Yes, yeah. So it's like the paving this is a continuous band of paving that will just keep going, same.
Page 45.
Okay.
Slide.
Yeah, so you'll see, it comes through.
On the detail here, it's different color, but you're saying that this is all gonna be one color.
The same paving material, this
It's
side.
the same paving material
portion.
on
On
here,
the
it looks like they're two different colors, but they're not.
Well, so
No, they are.
this could be a different material, so,
It
right-
might be.
It might be, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, at this concept phase, we haven't.
You're not there yet.
Exactly nailed down the materialities. But we have also a few precedent slides showing how the park has dealt with this in the past in providing clarity, and we could show you that. But this is a great point to bring up, because at the Pier 84 area, that is the intention, because right now, when you come to this point, you actually have two choices to go through. And the idea of the rain garden is to really make this space clear to pedestrians that this is a program space, this is an area of pause. And if you are on the Esplanade and you wish to continue, you go in front of the building towards the water and Pier 84. So that's the one key move that we're making here. I mean, in addition to using planting edges to support the program to really, bring it together to a much greener park. And again, here, making sure that we're providing tree coverage, as this area really needs shade today, mainly through the use of shade trees, as the commissioners have commented on previously. So this is just extending the drawing to show the nature play area on Pier 84. So this is the section that I was talking about. So with a clearer structure of the Esplanade, park users will always have a place to a clear place free of obstructions to walk along the water, a place to pause right next to it, and then a place to enjoy the park. And all of that is protected by a slightly raised landscape buffer that is consistent with the park at large.
In other parts of the park where
Yeah.
there's, can you just go back?
Oh, yeah.
In other parts of the park where there's a lot of pedestrians and also people's on all kinds of vehicles.
Yeah.
Do you find 20 feet adequate?
So the 20 feet is the standard width for the park system. It obviously expands and contracts wherever, you know, with the site conditions that we're dealing with at specific locations, but the 20 feet is kind of the park standard. And I don't know if, Tom, you want to speak to that.
We try to provide it. Okay, we try to provide as wide of a space as we can. 15 is the absolute minimum for FDNY access, but typically it's 20. Some areas it's slightly wider, some areas it's narrower, depending on site constraints.
Right. And the typical standard configuration of the Esplanade, which includes the 20 feet, in many places, in majority of the places includes a slow pace walking by the railing with seating facing the water. And then the trees right aligned with the seating, and then behind that the I don't know 10 foot wide, like actually more faster walking area where the joggers usually go, right behind the benches. So we're keeping the same standard. Tom mentioned there's other locations where there's 15 feet. We're using the 20 feet because we actually have the space here to do the 20 feet.
And so that orange, the darker orange is 20 feet, so the lighter orange is some additional.
It's additional.
It's additional. So it's flushed, paved, all paved. Yeah. But we're trying to provide clarity on where to walk versus where to slow down versus where to, you know, stop and enjoy the park. At Pier 84, this is where we have the wide expanse of pavement today, really using, you know, planting shade trees and seeding to better define each program area and support the, you know, the uses within. At the vehicular area, you know, again, it's trying to reduce the roadway, provide clarity, free up space for the people to either wait for the bus or free up space to, you know, gain a little more width in the park and bringing that, you know, continuous landscape buffer through this area as well. So everyone's protected and screened from the traffic. So the following slides are, you know, existing photos of the park. This is where we're, you know, beginning to get into materiality. We'll continue to work with the trust on developing material and furnishing palette, but these photos are showing a wide variety of, you know, of materials that we can work with. And this is, you know, going back to an earlier question. So this is kind of the clear edge of the Esplanade versus the lighter color where you have a place to pause. Yeah. So again, a wide variety that we'll continue to explore and build on. So we're reaching the end of the presentation, and we're hoping that with these last few drawings, you'll beginning to see the kind of the consistency of Hudson River Park coming through into this site area where you always have a clear place to walk along the water with shade and seating, clear entry points getting in and out of the park that's safe, a separation between traffic and park, and just a really green, you know, much greener park that is consistent with the rest of the waterfront. A place to be with things to do that works for local residents as well as people visiting. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your time, and we can open up for, you know, discussion for the concept.
Thank you for that very clear presentation. Commissioners, Bill.
Hi, thank you for that presentation. I used to work at the trust, and so this is very exciting. When I was there, we were very focused downtown, on the Tribeca and the village in Chelsea Piers. So it's great. 84 was sort of an outpost, and when I would bike up the river, you kind of, I don't know, held your breath from about 28th Street to, you know.
That's a pretty long stretch there, yeah.
I mean, it was just, so this is incredible to see the whole vision of the park extending upward and to soften this area, which is always kind of not Pier 84, but the other areas kind of dreadful. Now, you mentioned that you're removing the water feature. Did you say you're removing the play area?
There are two water features, so there's one,
That's here.
that one that's very successful, the round one, that will remain. That's very popular.
What about the one that? looks like
one
it's
where
kind of in a
the one where
trough?
nature play is pointing to, that is going away as part
Is
of
there-
this design.
And that was, is there gonna be something replacing it for children or?
The message we got from the community is there was a real interest in all ages, nature-based play. So it's going to
Yeah.
be, we're currently working through some ideas for it, but the idea is it would be a sort of a nature play area that wouldn't necessarily be a fenced-off playground. It would be available
Yeah.
for everyone to use, but it would have kind of play and whimsy and some educational component, and much greener, kind of all-season usage.
Are there? Is there are there play? I mean, I never knew how much demand there was up here, frankly, for a playground, unlike further down, but what is the playground layout now above? I don't know, 28th Street in the park?
The playgrounds are more within, when you get into the neighborhood
Yeah.
across 9A. So,
Clinton.
Hudson Yards, there's one, then there's also the, I'm drawing a blank on the name of it right now. So when we met with the community, we presented, we did a lot of scale drawings of what people could do, what we could fit in the site. What we heard pretty strongly was not necessarily a fenced off playground. It was more, definitely they wanted play, but sort of for all ages sorry, play for, so if we could go back maybe to well, actually up here, you can see it. So we've got some scamper rocks and some tunnels that anybody can use. It's not going to have swings and slides. It's going to be more like adventure based. So climbing, informal play. Yeah, sure.
One major difference is if you have a formal playground with a fence around it, our rules are you must, if you're an adult, you must be accompanying a child. And this is open to everyone. There is no fence, and it's more nature-based in terms of rocks to climb on, wood to climb on. We might be able to get some water in there, but basically it's about climbing and exploring in a nature type scenario without a fence around it and not formal off-the-shelf play equipment.
Is this part of the city so overrun with playgrounds that we want to rip one out? I'm just curious.
It might be a demand.
Well,
issue, not supply.
I wouldn't say,
Right?
I-
And when you hold the hearing, and if you hold the hearing at 6 o'clock at night, people with children don't come. If you hold it at 10 in the morning, so I'm just curious,
Mhm.
what did you should do what you heard, but I'm just curious.
Right.
When the hearing was held, and
the
do you
hearing was.
think it was clearly representative of what's going on in the community.
Yes, I do. And to answer your point directly, I believe it was at 6 o'clock at night to 7 at the Intrepid is when the hearing was held, the initial, right? And we did have representation from parents, quite a few. And most people are disappointed with the performance of what's called a kind of a water play feature in that area.
I'm sure you studied this. I just want to be clear that your findings really reflect that you feel comfortable that this reflects what I'm certainly not doubting your word. Believe me.
But I'm trying to explain a little further that it's, we're not removing a play feature, we're providing one that's, we think, better and more useful for Four Seasons.
Yeah, and I would say, I think the challenge here is that because we're not seeing a design of that, I think the questions are just to understand what will it carry? So that at this point in a conceptual level, we feel comfortable that what we will see in the future does address those community concerns, because we're just not seeing it in this particular design in detail.
They seem very.
Thank you and congratulations. This is very exciting just to, as I said, just to animate this portion of the park and reanimate 84.
Yeah, I mean, I think hearing your explanation and the goals of the project, the goals are clearly communicated in the way the plan is headed in terms of clear circulation, opening space for different groups, but also softening the area. So I think conceptually, all of that is well accomplished. I have two specific questions, having studied the presentation for a while. The first one has to do with the existing granite steps, the outdoor fitness area, and the, you know, the way I think I understand it, those steps are there. All of that right now is a really broad open plaza. And you are, one, adding the outdoor fitness area to have another program that activates the space, but also introducing these planting beds between the steps and the water feature to soften it.
Yeah.
And I guess my question is, what happens there? How do you imagine this happens? Because sitting steps are usually areas where people congregate to look at something, but the vegetation's blocking, for example, the views of the water feature, and obviously the steps are oriented against the water. So what do you imagine happens in that area? How do people use it and activate the steps, and how does that relate to the outdoor fitness addition?
I think I can start, but feel free to chime in. So yeah, so currently, you know, we measured the distances from the existing fountain to the edges of these steps, and they vary. I think at minimally, the shortest one is 40 feet up to almost 60 feet. So that's, I'm a parent. I know that would be too far out of my yeah, yes. Yeah, I'm all for play for everyone, not just kids too. It's too far out of the comfort zone to be watching for my child, and or to watching any activity, because it's you feel removed. You're not even part of that area. So the idea of these planted edges and additional programming is to break the space down, because it's too large and only paved right now. So bringing this extra layer of subspaces for people to, you know, to use, and they don't necessarily all have to be the same group, because right now it's hard to get different groups activating the space together. But with this, you could, you know, you can imagine someone, you know, exercising with the equipment right here, and then their friends could sit along the, you know, the steps. So they would be, you know, they would be a group. And then over here, this is where, you know, some flexible, movable furnitures can occur, because right now there are a series of existing picnic tables there, and they have been one of the more successful things in this area. So we intend to keep that, and maybe even providing more, both on top of and at the bottom of those stairs. So the stair in this case becomes integral to these new program areas, and less so for the central water feature. And that's why we're also proposing an additional layer of seating that is much closer, that gets you much closer to that water fountain, so that you're feeling that you're part of it. It could be double-sided, so you don't have to, you know, look at the fountain. You could also look outward towards the river, for example. So that's kind of, you know, the way we've approached it.
So I see all of that as being successful, but I feel the area with the existing granite steps that's not in front of the outdoor fitness, it kind of being a bit of a
here.
Exactly, undefined. I'm not sure what I'm doing there, perhaps missed opportunity. And I just wanted to suggest that either another program is considered, so that that area beyond movables has another reason to be, or you think about incorporating that with the nature play. Maybe there's a little path that takes you from the nature play to the steps, and that step area is incorporated into it. Because right now it just feels a bit of a leftover from trying to save the steps, but it's new life, it's new configuration. I feel it is missing something to give it life. So just something to think about.
Also, it'd be very helpful if you had a section.
It is, that we have.
Yeah,
Oh.
we could. I know, I went through it very quickly, which is over here. So this is up. That's existing, this is proposed.
Yeah.
But with the outdoor fitness. So my question is, when you remove the outdoor fitness on that area,
right,
what happens? So thinking about something there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this section shows the condition where we're proposing a new outdoor
Mhm.
fitness, but there is, I guess maybe you're just saying, you're talking about the other
The other
side.
one.
The other
Okay.
side.
Yes.
What happens on the other one? Is it more outdoor fitness or is it integrated with the play area so that it just doesn't feel like a
Yeah,
remnant
yeah,
space?
Yeah, so far, the idea with the other area that's north of the outdoor fitness areas is that it's a sitting area with the picnic tables that, in a way, I think will serve the Discovery Play area or the nature play area, right? That's adjacent to it, but a better connection. I think that's definitely something that we need to explore. The challenge here was like, there's this big element that's there that, you know, we want to see integrate and preserve, and we want to be mindful with how we're spending the budget here. So, you know, the more we can do without actually having to sort of excavate and create a new wall and integrating that program with the new program, that would be great. That's what we're
So I
heading.
think some integration, it's just giving its
Yeah,
back right
yeah.
now, right?
Mhm.
So some integration.
Yeah.
So
Well,
my,
the steps are going down that way, right? Yeah. So
they are,
yeah.
but the play area is
the play
behind.
area is given.
So it's just,
Yeah.
they're not really facing anything specific. So that's one question and suggestion that I think, again, I know you're developing this because right now we're just seeing colors, so
Right.
where to take it to the next level. The other comment is having to do with the parking areas and drop-off areas, if we can go to that
Yes.
plan. And first, I want to acknowledge that you consider our comments and you have enlarged the sidewalks and provided shade. And I think all of that, you know, we very much appreciate your receptiveness to that. The area that I think still remains a little bit in question, and I just want to understand your relationship with the MTA, is that medium, that 12-foot medium that I understand is where people will wait and for buses, MTA buses, or unload. Because it's surrounded by asphalt and kind of in the middle of nowhere, feels a little bit not very comfortable. And when we wait for buses, you know, people might be waiting there for an extended period. So I just wanted to understand from you what has been the conversations with MTA to date. And is there thought about adding improvements once you've had those conversations, or is this what's been, as far as it's been taken?
So that's a good, all right. So just wanted to show you a little bit of the existing conditions. So right now, MTA bus stop, but also charging station, and it's the last stop on the line. So what happens here is that some buses just stay there for half an hour more, right, waiting for the restart of their loop, and people congregate in this existing median. This is 6 feet wide. The problems that we have observed and the HRPT has observed is that it's too narrow of a median. So some people kind of start stepping into the sort of like asphalt area, which actually is technically a drop-off area or a loading and unloading area. So we saw that as a problem. So we are not changing MTA operations. We've been talking to them, but like in general, the MTA operations are staying the way they are. But we wanted to provide a way of trying to mitigate that. And so we doubled the width of the sidewalk and we connected it properly to the crosswalk, which today is not. So as far as improvements that we are taking on within this project, we said, let's just make sure that we provide at least double the amount of space for the median and that we bring the connection directly to the crosswalk, which doesn't exist today, to improve the conditions or the situations that are happening today.
I think
But
your point is.
Could be better. Could it be better?
Could there
Yes,
be
of
trees?
course.
Could there be shelter?
Could it
Could
be
there be
better?
something that
Yes.
makes it a little bit more comfortable?
Could it be better? I think
That's something we can talk about.
Yeah.
They're comfortable having there. That makes sense.
I was also just wondering about the water, where the water goes, because it's a lot of impervious surface there and there's no absorptive material in this area, just stormwater runoff when it really rains.
we don't have that here, but we do have, I mean, we have looked at the stormwater in management in this area with our engineers. And I don't know exactly, I wouldn't be able to tell right now, but
We're still developing the stormwater, the stormwater plan with our civil engineers, and we're setting up a pre-app meeting with DEP to continue that, or to officially kick off that conversation. But that's definitely something that the trust has been trying to implement park-wide to
And the
have
amount
more
of-
infrastructure.
and the amount of green and green infrastructure is going to increase dramatically in this new plan based compared to it's there now.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I mean, Che talked about the woodland walk and the rain garden near the building. So we're increasing, I think we go from, I think it's like 90% impermeable
To like roughly
50%. So we're basically doubling the amount of permeability on site. So we'll continue to look at the MTA area as well. That's remaining, but you know, we're meeting with DEP soon to talk about our initial plans.
I have a question. Is there anywhere else in Hudson River Park where there is ship disembarkation happening? Or is this the only place?
Pier 40, they do.
They do it
day-
for
day tours, yeah.
day tours, but nothing of this scale, right?
Not at this frequency. no.
Right. I'm wondering, can we go to the image that shows those piers, what is it, 81 and 83? I'm just wondering, and I don't know the answer to this, so it's not really like a criticism in any way, but is this enough? Like, let's say there's a bunch of ships that are disembarking at the same time. That's like a massive amount of people pouring out right onto this space. And I'm just wondering if you've done any studies about it.
Yeah, so I mean, from the beginning, what we did, we met with Circle Line a couple of times. We did actually a tour with them through the facilities and like through a day. And obviously they have timed tours that are happening at very specific times.
Yeah.
So groups usually come, let's say an hour earlier. And if you're like, you know, you're an early person, maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours earlier, right? A lot of people, you know, have to, the seats are first come, first serve, even if you have a reserved tour. So a lot of people like to queue in this area because the box office is right there,
I see.
right? So one of the reasons why we made an exception to the Esplanade in the rest of the park to pull it back a little bit in this condition is because we wanted to provide a space for queuing there that's away from the main circulation, right? So we're saying, okay, your main circulation comes down a little bit at this point, and it provides a proper space for people to wait. But the other thing that people do for waiting for boats is that, let's say they have a speedboat here, and there's only a number of people that can go at a time. And sometimes a group is like 2 groups that, you know, coming together. So the first half goes into the boat. The other half stays in the Esplanade. And today they have set up like picnic tables right there. So kids like put their bags, they have lunch and whatnot. So the program that we selected for this area was like different types of seating that cater to both community that could come and have a picnic during the weekend, but actually this is double the amount of picnic tables so that the kids that are waiting to get into the boat can actually sit there, have their lunch with their teacher and their caretakers, or they can play in this more playful area, right? So it's all, we all thought that this program was served dual purpose, right? It's a program that the community wants, but it's a program that actually Circle Line would like to have a space so that people can queue. Similar, I can extend that to the lawn, right? Like if there's a large enough group and they came way too early, they can actually just sit there, have lunch, have their snacks while waiting for their turn and then come back here.
And are those, is 81 and 83 both Circle Line?
Yes, but their main tours were for school get out of 83. There you have more like
dinner boats.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
like a party boat. Like so, it's a smaller group that comes in all at once. They know exactly the time, usually in the afternoon or evening. They can wait here again. It's a smaller waiting area because it's not as large of a group. You can also wait in the Esplanade and then go in and get in your boat and out.
The one difference I want to point out about Pier 81 is also that there is space on the pier proper for people to wait.
Yes.
As opposed to Pier 83, it's more constrained. So most people wait on the Esplanade.
Yeah, Pier 83 is actually a proper parking garage. Pier 81 is not. So there is space inside for people to wait.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that answer. And I'm glad that you have thought it through.
Yeah, I used to live on 12th Street, actually. I would enter the park there and then go up to the Intrepid and back for exercise, running or walking. And you know, the park's identity really breaks down around the helipads
Mhm.
up
Mhm.
to Pier 84.
Yeah.
And sometimes I actually don't know where the park ends. Does it go further north or? It does. Okay, so I think,
Yeah, it runs to 59th Street, the start of Riverside South.
oh, got
So-
it. Okay. So, yeah, okay. So I can picture that now, but, so I think this is great to kind of, you know, have sort of continuous identity for the park. You know, like down by 12th Street, 14th Street, you have like little islands, the Whitney. And so it's very easy to integrate, you know, like the park with the kind of surrounding whatever businesses or amenities. Chelsea Piers also, but you know, it's a very different character with like circle line entryway. So I'm curious to see how that, you know, is it a complete break? Is there some kind of transition with this little, you know, kind of bump out that you have? So I'm curious to see how that plays out
Yeah.
moving forward.
Yeah, and then just back to your question of materiality, right? So like, we definitely know for a fact, conceptually, we want the esplanade to be clearly visible, right? Is that a band of pavers at the edge? Is that a completely change in paving color from esplanade to the other sides? That's the part that we're still kind of exploring, but we have many examples throughout the whole park in which they have done this, right? It's a little bit of a pull-out space. It's a different type of paver than the esplanade itself. And that's the relationship we want to create here.
I think on the next round, when you come a little more developed, it would be helpful to see how it ties in on the north and south with
Yeah.
other parts of the park to understand that. What are you doing here that's unique to this design versus how are you kind of
Yeah.
feathering into the rest? of the
Yeah,
complex?
and so that we will talk about it next time we come back with that specifically, but so you know, south of this is equally underdeveloped, and we're gonna continue to extend whatever we do here south.
Oh.
North of this, it's actually also a very special condition, which is the cruise terminal, where the esplanade really narrows just to almost just a bike lane, right? So there's very little to connect to in there as well. So it's a unique position here, but you know, we definitely want to make sure that when we connect south and we go past 29, that's a great connection, right? Between the materials that are already there and what we do here.
Well, for example, like there's a sidewalk in front of like the Google Pier and like just north of that where City Winery is.
Mhm.
I can't picture what's done there, but that sidewalk is the Esplanade, right?
By
By Google.
City Winery
By
in
Google Pier.
Pier 57, yes,
Yeah.
the sidewalk technically is the,
That's-
well, no, actually, Pier 57 has a different condition, which is you can actually go
can
into
go
the
around.
pier around
Oh, that's
the
true.
pier and then,
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah.
and also technically that's also part of the esplanade there.
Mm.
There are places where we are just too cramped in the geometry to stuff, like in front of Chelsea Piers, for example.
Yeah.
Right.
We have sidewalk, which is similar to Pier 57.
Mhm, mhm.
Commissioners, we need to bring this one to a close. Any last comments here? Okay, so I'm just gonna quickly summarize and say, very challenging site, and you're bringing a lot of clarity and elegance to it, so thank you for that, and I didn't even understand it, so you said, Yael, that like what a joint this particular few blocks is between north and south, so even more important that it's clear, and it is. When you come back, we'd love to see, how you advance the thinking around those stairs that Isabel spoke about.
Yeah,
And also thinking about that MTIA island, and you know, it's great that it's wider already, but maybe thinking about how it could be a better experience, maybe even thinking about how, if I'm like waiting a long time, maybe I go across that crosswalk and maybe there's something that can be done over there to sit on the crest of the slope or whatever.
yeah,
But just think about how that can be a better experience. Yeah, we look forward to seeing the next iteration, but it's coming along
And the
beautifully.
nature play area.
Yes.
yes, we'll
Yes.
definitely have more
Yeah.
articulation on the nature play area and on materiality.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank
for sure.
you. So congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity. It's
Thank
great.
you.
Okay, we will now take a short 10-minute break and we'll return for the rest of the committee meeting shortly. do we get you still or no? Oh, good. Excellent, okay. All right, commissioners, we will now continue the committee meeting with the conceptual review of the construction of a court building and adjacent site work for the Staten Island Family Court Complex located at 10 Hamilton Avenue, including the renovation and connection to 55 Stuyvesant Place and 100 Richmond Terrace in Staten Island. We will not hear public testimony or vote on this project today. Presenters, you have 10 minutes and we welcome you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Q. I'm the Executive Director of Capital Projects at the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice. We're very excited to be here. Thank you for your time. Just a little quick context for background, and I'll hand it off to my colleagues here. My office, MOCJE, we're the city's lead managing and coordinator agency for the city's courthouse portfolio. And that includes in part this project here in Staten Island to modernize the existing family court at 100 Richmond Terrace. We work very closely with our colleagues at the Office of Court Administration and our city agencies, DCAS, DDC, and OMB, as well as DASNY, State Department of State Authority, Dormitory Authority of the State, who's been selected to implement this project on our behalf. This is a very essential project for the community. We're very excited to upgrade and improve the services for family court services. The project right now is in conceptual level design, and with that, I'm going to hand it off to my project team to walk you guys through the design, and happy to take your questions and feedback later.
Okay, I'm good. Good afternoon. My name is Jack Martin. I'm the design project manager for the Dormitory Authority on this project. And I'm good here, I think. Thanks. So this project involves the consolidation of the family court operations that currently are fragmented at 3 different buildings within the St. George Civic Center of Staten Island. We've been working with MOCJE and the Office of Court Administration to right-size the programmatic needs of the building, and it's based on projected growth to the year 2035. And this project will provide enhanced services to the court users as well as the community with, most importantly, 3 things: security, circulation, and operations of the court users. All 3 of which are currently quite lacking. Next slide, please. So DASNY is managing the design and the construction of this project using design build method with the current team of MGA, who's been retained to prepare bridging documents and the project's basis of design. The design build procurement will allow for another round of 60% and 100% design reviews, which is design development and construction document design reviews, with the PDC once the project's further developed by the executive architect of the design build contracting team. The bridging architect, MGA, will remain on board through construction to assist DASNY to make sure the design criteria that we all sign off on are met. Construction is currently estimated to start in late 2026 with approximate completion in mid-2030. Carol Lowenstein of MGA will now address the design of the project. Next slide, please.
Okay, is it really 10 minutes?
I tried to talk fast.
That's good. It's good to know. So there's a lot of slides. There's a lot of back and forth. So I will try to hit the important ones. I'll skip over some others. They're there. And we can, you know, when in the Q&A, we can refer back to something. So the site, you can see a circle. That's the historic building, 10,000 square foot building. The yellow line is Richmond Terrace, which is sort of the main civic corridor in St. George's. And there's just some of the most exquisite sort of buildings in the whole city there. Clare and Hastings, you know, they had their start along that line. In terms of circulation and getting to the site, we had some questions about it, but I think they're really good ones. All of the circulation is really coming from the south side. this project is a consolidation of many different court facilities and court functions in Staten Island. Our site up there, the yellow one, is only a 10,000 square foot building. So we're bringing all these things together, and you can see whether it's people coming from the ferry, from the parking lots, or from other court buildings, they're coming from the south, moving up to the site, which I think will address some other questions that you've had about the entry into the building. So this is really this is the crux of the matter. 100 Richmond is the old courthouse, the 10,000 square foot building, lovely old building at the end of this of Richmond Terrace. The horizontal block up there is 10 Hamilton. That is the new site, and 55 Stuyvesant is a 1930s Art Deco building that was the health department occupied it. It's had scaffolding up for the last 10 years. It's been empty. So what we're doing is creating a campus for the family courts there, sort of taking advantage of and improving a site that's been fairly derelict. This is an elevation of the site. We actually created this at the very beginning to really appreciate what we have there. You can see the historic buildings in the foreground. Amazing topography, that 25-foot rise just from one end of our site to another. So it's quite interesting. And I think the thing to really take in is that this is our building. This is the historic building. This is going to be the new building, and it really is at the end of this civic corridor. It's a architectural bookend to this public realm. So this is just zoomed in a little bit. This is a drawing that we created early on just to show the massing. It's large. This family court and the family court functions have grown a lot over 100 years. So just to go a little bit further into that, the massing of this new building is really driven by the size of courtrooms, and they're on the lowest floors, and then the hearing rooms are on upper floors, so they step back. You can see the courtroom. What we're trying to do is create an envelope around the historic building. So the new building, the setback line is at the level of the Art Deco building, 55 Stuyvesant, to try to create a unified idea here. These are some context photos, and we can come back to them. I think I will move through them for you. This is the site plan. So this is now drilling down a little bit more about what we're doing. On the site, you can see where the new building is. One of the, I'm sure you've seen lots of courthouses. One of the things that's really important is the separation of circulation. And so here we have the public entry coming from the south in here. Sallyport is for the detainees, really needs to be separated from others. The judges need a safe place as well. So they're coming in down there at the southern end of the Art Deco building, and then we have a loading dock. So there's a lot of different threads, a complicated ballet that's going on here. And there was a question about the berm in front of the historic building. And we can get into this further. I think what you're seeing is when the berm's in place, there's really no foreground to get into the new building. The issues of ADA accessibility, of security, of identity, of civic identity are really not possible with that setup. And so we have explored this idea of creating the plaza. It's quite shallow, still really honoring the historic building. But since you can't go up the steps anyway because of ADA, we handled it in a different way. These are some diagrams of what the circulation would be with those different setups at the entry. I think I will pass by it, but know that we have it if you have further questions. We did want to show you this because this is entering at the street level on Richmond Terrace. And really the ground floor is all about security, entry, and dispersal. So this is what's really going on. The grade change that I told you about, the 25 feet, means that the left side of the building is really underground. The next floor up, which is kind of complicated, and it was sort of an aha moment when we figured it out. This is the level where all three buildings are interconnected. And so the court functions, the big court functions are up in 10 Hamilton. And then we've got connections into the other buildings that are really for the city agencies and for city and state agencies. And then on the upper floors with the courtrooms, you can see how they just take up. That's what drives the width of this, taking up that entire floor plate. I think I want to turn it over to Steve Dietz, and he will tell you more about our ideas about the further design of the building.
Yeah, so we're gonna, all right, yeah, maybe 5 more minutes, 4 more minutes. We're gonna switch over to the exterior expression of all of what Carol already showed you. And, big picture, as Carol was mentioning, the courtrooms drive the depth of the overall building. And we took a very straightforward approach to sort of the partie. The private circulation and the secure circulation is happening on Stuyvesant Place and Hamilton Avenue. And the public is located facing south and east, which the water is this way. So the sort of public expression of the building happens on the southern edge. These drawings are a bit of a catalog of all the elevations, but I was gonna, with our short time, we could always come back to them. I was gonna go right to the renderings, which kind of walk you through what it will really feel like to be there. So this is kind of coming from the south. The building is tall, and I think it would be a little bit of a landmark, a bookend at the end of these public buildings. I think when you're coming from the south, you'll be able to say courthouse, family court is down the end. And then, you really get a good look at what these entry elements will look like. As Carol mentioned, we developed this double-story lobby / resource center is on the 2nd floor, very glassy, intended to be a beacon from all angles. The entrance faces south, and the public plaza out front sits right in front of it. And the big picture is we are trying to create this separation of the public. The public is not allowed up at the upper terrace area anymore, but the old public building sits on the plinth kind of respectfully and is hopefully sitting there as a nice relic of what came before, and you'll enter that building. There's only one entrance to the building from the public. It is here where we're putting it. And as Carol mentioned, as you circulate it up to the 2nd floor, you'll be able to enter that building on the upper floor. Another shot of the plaza. We just are starting to get into some landscape design. This is a bit of a place marker, but the point is there are times, particularly in the early morning, where the line might actually kind of come out the door. There'll be some seating for lunchtime breaks, et cetera. But a little bit of the brick wall is marked there to kind of a little bit of a remembrance of where this stair used to be, but separating out the public area from the private area. That's the entrance itself. As you swing around towards the northerly side, as I mentioned, from a circulation perspective, this is all the judges and secure circulation back here. So we've been actually directed to keep windows small. They don't want direct lines of sight to judges moving back and forth in that direction. So overall, the building is intended to kind of be a masonry building with a large glass public element at that southern side. The masonry is a little quieter on the northern side, and the pairing of windows are, in a bit of cast stone detailing to recall the 55 Stuyvesant building, kept intentionally quiet back on this side. Granite base, and this is the sally port where the detainees would be brought in on this edge. So, intentionally kept quiet and as if very clearly not a public side. And as you swing around to this will be the fully renovated 55 Stuyvesant building. Here's the judge's entry, as far away from the detainee entry and the public as possible. They were very excited about having that significant separation. Overall, we decided to suggest a brick. We wanted to use the brick because the 55 Stuyvesant building is also brick. We don't want to match it exactly, but have a warmth and a similarity. Cast stone detailing and granite base. And that's just some details of that. We could go back to it. And the glass section, which represents the southern edge, where the public is waiting on all those floors. is a combination of glass, and we are using warm metals like bronze finishes to kind of relate to some of the bronze detailing around the other buildings. Finally, a couple shots of the joint between our new building and the old buildings. You folks asked for it in some of your questions. The actual connection point on the outside is intended to be recessed and quiet, so you kind of read some of the coining. I think the old building will be best seen from these waiting spaces you'll be at, looking down on the building. So we just thought we'd show you a little bit from the interior. The exterior of 100 Hamilton actually becomes an interior surface, and that at that upper level, which we thought would be kind of fun. And this is sort of looking at that joint from the exterior where we just were looking. And then on the interior side of the connection, 55 Stuyvesant's over here. You're inside, but you're looking at the exterior limestone of the old building. There's the creation of a courtyard, which actually kind of connects visually the three buildings. It's actually kind of a fake limestone, by the way. It's terracotta made to look like limestone. And this is looking back into that courtyard, 55 Stuyvesant here, the courtyard, the back of the building. And it, kind of creates a sort of circular pattern, glass connecting all three buildings. So you instantly see all three, hopefully as a orientation device. And there it is from the exterior. And that's it. Hopefully I kept this short and sweet. How'd I do?
Is there any other? No question. No, okay. So question about, this is design build. Who should we, is somebody here to speak to?
It is design.
It's design build. And you're,
The designers just stand there
You're
so we can address
Yeah.
questions.
so do you have a schedule? I know it's hurry up and finish design build. When do you, what's your schedule? I mean, this is the first time we've seen this project. Right? I'm just looking, it's very finished.
Yeah.
Just wondering.
Schedule's a little of a moving target where we have to go through site selection for ULURP, which we're working on the ULURP application right now.
Oh, wow.
Environmental review is being worked on and
How
finalized
long
by
do
our colleagues.
It's gonna take?
I believe the standard 6 to 7 months, probably. We're not anticipating any complications for it to take
2
longer,
years,
so
dash 2 years.
I hope not.
That's why it's
Or-
trending these days.
And then
Trending that way.
for project groundbreaking, we're targeting probably the end of next year.
Well, we're looking to award the design build contractor late 2026. And to do that, DASI is going to go through a 2-step process. We'll issue a RFQ to get an expression of interest and look at the qualifications of the people that would be proposing, and we'll then shortlist that to probably 3 to 4 firms, interview them as part of an RFP, which will have a much higher level of detail. And then from that, we will select an award. And we're looking at probably being middle of the fall of 2026, September,
Design build
October.
People don't come on until 2026, middle of 2026.
So
Or
then how
poss-
is this a design?
Yeah, so when we start,
Yeah.
the first 6 to 9 months of the design build process, their architect will be developing design development documents,
Who's are?
the design build
So
contractors.
these are not the.
So
These are the bridging architects. They have been hired by, the bridging architect is the firm that's creating a document that establishes all the design criteria.
So what comes out of this may not be this.
it will, so let me jump in for one thing.
It'll be refined.
So we were hired as the bridging, to do bridging documents, and what, it's just a piece of the package that DASNY is gonna put together to put out for design build. So these are gonna be the basis of design.
Yeah.
So
But-
this is
but
like
this
a
is-
conceptual RFP kind of.
No,
design.
this is a 30% schematic, a high-level 30% schematic,
That you consider it 30.
yes, which is going to have, the basis of design has been created based on what MGA has done for the last year and a half, interviewing close to 24 end users to the project.
Right.
And making sure that the design that we're making is going to last till the year 2030 to 2030. it's the program areas that are going to be utilized to facilitate the family courts are based on projections to the year 2035.
Understood.
And so we want to make sure that this contractor,
So it's a little challenging to compare it to a traditional design track. The bridging services makes it a little unusual for us trying to figure out. I guess where you're all going with this is how do we plug it into the PDC schedule?
Have had experience with design build now with the borough-based jails.
Yes.
Right.
That's our first experience.
Yeah, exactly. That's
And it's
so,
been wild, to say the least. There are probably other adjectives. So I'm just trying to understand the schedule, like for you guys and.
So the way we-
Like, it'd be great to see a schedule.
The
But I
way-
want to be clear though, because I think we should really make sure that we as a commissioner understand, this is not design build the way that we've been looking at it with the borough-based bill. This is an entirely different hybrid process.
Yeah.
it is.
So what we're looking at here, from what, if I'm understanding what you're saying, Jack, is that it may be this, it'd probably be something like this, but it'll be something else because someone else will be the architect.
No, the design criteria and basis of design is being set and finalized under this Mitchell Joyner contract.
But then.
When
how
the
is
design
that
build-
design built?
When they
Yeah.
come in, you guys can explain the details between what your architecture team is gonna.
I think it's
But-
a very interesting question. But I think it's done this way because it's such a complex program and such a complex site and the regulatory process. And so we're really getting it started and fixed under bridging documents, and then it's going to design build.
So we're planning to come back to PDC under the current project team for preliminary in November. And we'll leave the final design under the design build team when they come in about a year and a half.
Okay, but
So effectively, the final later will be as an AOR. So effectively, if I'm understanding correctly, the design builder is the contractor with the architect of record as a sub. So that's the point at which that, so basically our design deliberation upfront is what informs the future design.
But MGA might not mean.
Correct.
You're gonna still
No.
get.
Yeah, so stay on.
DASNY has retained a contract with MGA through the end of construction to assure everyone, it's not just PDC, but it's also the courts, that the design criteria that has been signed off on is being built. We're not going to deviate from that unless the design build architect can come up with a better idea.
But may I ask a question, which is, what is the efficiency of that? Like, why would that? be?
We would save enormous amount of time in the construction bidding process. And there's more, I think there's better dialogue going on in the transition between the design to the construction. And so the risk of claims is much different than design bid build. There'll be a much smoother transition, which result in better cost value.
Well, I understand what's the difference between that design bid build and design build. But what you have here is an entirely new hybrid that we've not yet seen. So we have designers designing something that someone else will take. So it makes it difficult. And what I'm trying to explain is it makes it difficult for us as a commission to comment because you're treating this like a design build, but it is in fact not design build. So we'll get a whole other design team in who may do things, and then we have no opportunity built in structurally to give meaningful feedback at that point.
There will not be major design changes during the design build phase.
So I guess that's what it's a little bit confusing to us. Our purview is materiality and aesthetics, right? We also recognize you're doing a lot of work, interviewing your stakeholders to make sure the building, the way it's laid out, the sizes of the spaces, all work, but we don't review that. So to what extent does your process lock the design builder in to exactly the aesthetic choices and materiality that you're presenting to us? Because what we see on the design build process, which you alluded to, is that the contractor may say, hey, if I build this out of this material, it's going to cut time and money. We are the ones reviewing that material now. So if the contractor has the ability to make those changes in the future, then our
Well,
position
No,
here.
the contractor has the ability to make recommendations as to what the changes should be. It's our obligation to review it, consider it, and decide whether we think those changes make the building better. And if we do, we'll go forward. If not, we won't. But the other thing is, one of the reasons we're here today is DASNY wants to make sure that the documents we post for advertising the RFQ and the RFP for the design build team is based on the design that we're going to build. And we don't want to make changes to it during design, which would slow the whole process down. Unless the contractor can come up with something that we think would actually enhance the architecture of the project. And so that's why DASNY has kept MGA on board through the end of design so that we can have them provide input and evaluate any changes that they're proposing. And so the tighter our documents are for the RFP and RFQ process, the less likelihood of change. Because I think the professionals that are going to bid on this project, if they see that the high level of detail and quality of design that we're proposing, they will, I think, respond in a really positive way. And they'll provide us with their A team. We do not want the C team on this project. There's too many complicated issues with this site and all these old buildings. And so we need a first-rate contracting team that knows how to build, superior architecture. And so I think they'll take this job serious. And so if
You're right, I just think we should acknowledge that it's a bit of a different animal than you're used to seeing, because I agree with you that design build usually comes to you probably much more loose and sketchy, and the next group is the one who presents the final.
Correct.
So you can see what we've done as per DASNY request is to go farther than typical. You are completely correct. And we are going to build what you're seeing on these, renderings into the requirements of the documents. And DASNY has told us they will, do their best to enforce those elements. And our big picture thought was, if we can get through this review and preliminary with you, Mitchell Jurgala, we would also be delivering to the design build group, an initial approval from you folks, which is, saves them time as well, right? So that was our thought process. Like, we get through and that we say to them in the documents, this is also approved preliminarily. You're doing yourself a service, not changing anything moving forward as well. And you can see how DASNY's commitment to trying to make sure things don't change. But I agree with you, it's much more advanced, and we've kind of advanced it more because of the sort of edict we've been given to try to deliver it that way. Does that make sense?
Bill.
It does. I think I understand what you're saying, but I think what you're hearing from us is, one, we want to be efficient, and two, we want to have an impact. And so, is this real review? Like, we're used to having review and giving feedback, and then it will come back for preliminary, and then we'll have feedback. But knowing that when we give preliminary approval, that's pretty much it.
That's it.
Right.
Subject to our conditions or subject to some unforeseen circumstance, but what I'm concerned about is that MG, you're here and you're going to be retained through the end of the project, if I'm understanding right from you, Bill, but you're going to be kind of the keeper of the flame, but I don't know how much power do you actually have?
No, actually, the keeper of the flame will be DASNY. And we work as a team, which we try to get consensus with our clients, MockJ. I'm on already. And we also like to involve one of our best consultants that we do on many of our projects in the CUNY system, Mitchell Jurgala, because we value their expertise and their judgment on a lot of these things. So I think between getting MockJ to sign off ultimately, based on recommendations that we'll be getting from MGA, which will be predicated on the contractor's architect's recommendations, will hopefully their recommendations that I would expect to get would be things that would be respectful, that would make the project architecturally better. I think, if we just kept it very vague as to what the basis of design was in the RFP, we open everything up to interpretation.
I'm sorry.
And that's a problem.
Go ahead,
Can I just say, I understand you want to eliminate that vagueness. I think what's introduced, at least in my mind, is vagueness at a different stage, which is, I feel like I'm hearing, I'm not sure how much variance is going to be allowed between MG's preliminarily approved, God willing, concept or plan, and what the new architects who come in may interject. Is it just, are we just talking about, fine details, or are we talking about, would they be permitted to, rethink the berm or the non-berm, or
No,
rethink
I think
the connections with
my
the-
sense,
If I can jump in.
yeah,
sorry.
go ahead.
So I absolutely appreciate raising this concern. We spent months trying to understand and answer the same question early on, and we still, it's a learning curve. It's a first for us on the city side to have a design build and design build bridging services. Right, BVJ with the design build, the scale of that is absolutely not comparable to this, very complicated. But the design build schedule of that and having a bridging service in between has really thrown us for a loop a little bit, trying to figure out where do we plug in ULURP, where do we plug in PDC, where do all these typical regulatory processes and milestones come in, so we can assure that it's at the right moment and the right juncture without having to risk any change. It's still a learning curve for us, the way we have it envisioned, and we coordinated this with PDC staff and executive director as well. We figured the best way to do it is to have the conceptual and preliminary under the Mission Circular contract right now in the next several months, pause there with PDC commissioners, and then come back when the design build team is on board to show the final and have final approval. However, if you folks think there's a better way, a more efficient way of doing that to minimize redundancy or risk, we can shift things around. This is unfortunately the contract that we've been given and we have to work with.
Understood. I mean, I
So-
think, I'm gonna come to you in a second, Kenseth. I think the challenge for us is that we haven't seen this structural model before. And so we don't have really enough knowledge to understand where it would be useful for us to comment. Whether, in my view, in a certain ways, there's sort of no point in commenting right now. But because you're gonna bring in a whole other design team, and we don't, you said earlier, like, the material could change, things that are kind of core to our focus. So I'm not,
Material would only change if we felt it was for the betterment of the project.
The key goal.
That is how we feel.
Yes.
Right, so if
Right.
you go from brick to metal cladding, because it's what's best for the project, that's a whole different project for us.
Totally understand. So
Yeah.
the key goal here is to establish the basis of design under the Mitchell Circular.
is this a
Context.
state, this structure, which is, in some ways, it's actually has more akin to design bid build, because you're designing, then you're bidding it out to someone else, and then it's getting built. So it's really design bid build, except the design changes. Isn't that right?
I think it's, we're all asking similar
Is this
questions.
just a
I think
state
it's, you could,
structure? I
I
think-
think this is brand new. I don't think they've done this anywhere else.
My-
I think.
My sense, my goal for this project would be the level of change that I would expect from the design build contractor would be the type of foundation system, the type of superstructure system, and mechanical system,
Yeah.
things that you don't see that might be better. It's not to change the brick,
Right.
not to change the windows, not to change the bronze or any of that.
When we look at designs, we always think about the tectonics and construction. It's not just about the facade or the
Yeah.
aesthetics. We have particular focus, and I'd like to ask you about that, Q, on the kind of circulation and access and the equitable sense that this facility is welcoming to all the users and that it's serving the purpose that it's meant to serve, which I would like you to speak to at some point. But the point is, the way city charter has defined our purview, the issues that you just brought up are squarely within our purview. But by this structure actually removes decisional factors from our purview, which no other project that's ever come before us, including the Borough-based jails.
But we're gonna come back at,
Sorry, is that correct though? My understanding was that the team the future design builder, if they propose any changes, would still have to come back
Yeah,
to
of course.
PUC per standard process.
Right, so that's something we want to work out with you folks and executives.
So is that a
So
second?
after I don't know.
To be a design developer.
Yeah, this is a learning curve for us.
It's not a big-
If the design build team comes back with major changes that based on your feedback or PDC executive director, if you all think it warrants another preliminary, then that's where we're at. If it's not a big change, again, we don't want to create confusion and redundancy and,
Well, I think the process.
but this
itself
is, yeah, unfortunately, and it's
Yeah.
a new method for us as well at the city level. We've never, I don't know if any agency at the city or from all the agents that I work with have done this before, so
Just not
we're happy to,
With the
yeah.
other project, the other design build project, did they not come until the design builder was on board? The first presentation?
Exactly, yes,
with the
and
design.
their design.
Yeah.
So.
And the design team,
Yeah.
everyone was present at.
Okay,
the
so the default is to not be doing this at all, to actually come with the design build
Right.
only, right? We thought it was an interesting process to bring it to you first, because as I mentioned, DASNY came in a little more guns blazing. We're gonna stick to our guns on material choices that are being made now. But I get it, if you run the risk of having to start over, if God forbid they decide they're gonna change something.
It's not just about materials, it's much more holistic.
That's where I was gonna transition to, sorry.
But
Sorry.
there are some things I actually want to say about the design that's here.
Yeah,
Before-
I apologize. I just want to clarify that we have, as staff, been in conversation with MOCJ to try and understand kind of at a policy level, and our sort of executive decision with Sriyoshi was to have the team come early because this was the key opportunity to actually give conceptual level feedback to the design before it goes too far into development. And then there's no wiggle room because our understanding as staff, based on what Q and the team described to us, was that once the design builder is onboarded, basically all of the requirements for the RFP when they're onboarding the design builder, those are very detailed, sort of prescriptive design decisions and things that you at that point would have already vetted. So this is a process that's more similar, for instance, to the DOT bridges with that design build process in some ways than the BBJ portfolio. So where remember you had the opportunity to look at those super early throughout the kind of creation of that RFP. And so these are basically what goes into the basis of the RFP. So now is actually a really good opportunity for you to deliberate on the massing, on the general concept, the amount of fenestration. They're going to come back at preliminary so we can get into more of the details on the actual materials and other sort of treatments. But right now is a great opportunity to talk about massing, circulation, et cetera.
What about Euler though? How does our comment and our process correlate to Euler? Because also in the past, teams have passed Euler. And then we are responding to a massing and a development that's already been approved. So this is also a little bit
Well,
out of that sequence.
That's why we came to PDC first. ULURP hasn't started yet, and we wanted to have community board and PDC lined up before we go full into.
Yeah, what I'm saying is usually teams do Euler first because it's just a little bit more bigger picture.
They usually do the Euler process before coming for preliminary. And so this is at conceptual still. It's a much more developed conceptual than we're used to seeing because, you know, they really thought through a lot of things already. But it's still technically a conceptual level presentation. So you are welcome to give whatever conceptual level feedback about the building that you want.
I think everybody's reacting to more of a DD level work and design than what it really is. I think part of it, correct me if I'm wrong, is the nature of this type of building being a courts building with so many layers of circulation and court operation and security requirements that naturally took us further than we normally would have been at this point if this was a typical traditional design bid build project. So there were a lot of layers of the court requirements that had to be hashed out and figured out to get to this point, which I think that's what we're all reacting to.
So I've worked on a federal courthouse before, so I have a little experience.
Of course, you have.
But I guess if we were allowed to give some initial feedback. My first question is there a landscape architect? Because I'm very, I almost want to use the word unconvinced at this point about the topography in the ground. I don't understand it fully, because what you're doing in front of the historic building is very extreme. And I want to understand the massing relative to the topography before I understand the brick patterning, right? So that is a step I don't see here, right? I don't see a topographic model. It's a complex, you said, and in the section, it's really hard to see it. I want to understand the topography. Which is, you know, a 2D problem, 3D problem, right? It's not just a section. So, and then you've got this really, wild situation with the steps going away, right? Pretty wild.
Which
And
they
the
don't
sheer
use.
wall.
Yeah, they haven't used this.
I know,
But they're part of the historic fabric of these buildings and how they express themselves with the context. So it's almost like severing.
and you sever it also on the northwest of that plaza where you enter. So I don't understand where the ground went. All of a sudden it just went away, and I've got this big volume. Like, I have a question about, is there a height limitation here?
So
For the building?
Yes.
Yes.
There
Go
is, are we at the max?
we are at the max.
We are at the max.
Yes, and,
So there is an envelope, there's a design envelope that we don't know about right now.
there's an envelope, a zoning envelope.
Zoning
Yes,
envelope.
yes, and we're maxed out plus, which we are asking for some relief on. And, from a topography standpoint, the good part about the topography, I guess, the big picture is Richmond Terrace itself is extremely flat. There is not a lot, it does start to rise in that direction, but where we are is extremely flat. The big part of the topography that's unusual is this 22-foot slope up to the upper level. Straight up.
And it also goes back to the existing
You
historic
can kind of
building.
see it here, right?
It goes to the historic building too.
The historic building sits approximately 15 feet above that flat Richmond Terrace. I'm just trying to walk you through a big picture,
Right.
And, you have this enormous staircase, it has been abandoned over the years, it's in disrepair. And, the challenge of the whole building, as we started to put all three buildings together, is we've got this complex. We now have, we're going from 15,000 square feet to 160, right? Huge jump. And you've got a ton of people coming in, and we need to use every square inch of this new footplate
Around
to really get it to even hit the right amount of.
Around to the east, southeast too. So
So you're maxed out on height and you're maxed out.
We are maxed out, 100% maxed out, 110%.
And there was a feasibility study?
There was a feasibility study, yeah, and we did not do, we picked up from that point. Another important part about walking into these courthouses, I don't know if you've been to Manhattan, Tennis Court, we worked on that building, renovation. It is, I'm so sorry, it is really useful to have an open space before you walk in, as you guys must know, right? Lots of people are waiting outside, you're meeting your lawyer, you're with your family, it's a very charged, intense moment, right? So we really wanted to, of course, have the courtyard at that front. I need every square foot I can possibly do to meet their.
But this is-
their desires, right?
This is something that brings me to what my comments were going to be about in general. It seems that no one uses that entryway for, the stairs were not being used, and no one can use it now. So nobody can use that.
And it's final design condition. you're saying, or
Yeah,
currently
it doesn't
there?
seem like anybody
Correct.
can use
No
it,
one-
right?
It's intended not to be used.
So that seems to me to be just extra space, like the wall seems to be artificially moved forward. Whereas if you push the wall back and you get more plaza space, you may do better for the historic building rather than having this impediment, like somebody can go there, but nobody can go there. So then you get a plaza in front of it that is more generous. And then, but
That's a nice idea,
But-
so you can see this
current structure, we
Yeah.
are leaving the upper level in place. In other words, the wall wasn't determined randomly. It is literally the top of the existing stair where there is already something of a retaining wall starting.
But no one can use it.
No one can use past this zone, that's correct.
So
And
you've got a wall, that is determined by, there were stairs, you're taking the stairs away, and then you put the wall in. But the wall could be further back, which would make more of a plaza, more of an engaging opening space for the courthouse. It's just a possibility. I'm not saying that that's what you should do. I'm just saying that's a possibility, and it would better frame the historic building. What looks like happened now, I mean, it looks like the large tower is eating the historic building. And you take the notes from there are some notes, because it's also a modern structure of the 1930s building, reflect onto the new building. But as a campus, the three of them don't have a conversation. They have architectural connectivity. So inside them, you can see from one to the other. And I don't think that is unsuccessful. I think that works enough that you can see from the modern building, the older building, et cetera. Those were nice on the inside, but from the outside, there isn't enough of a conversation between the 30s building, the neoclassical building, and the completely new modern building. So those elements, the architectural elements, you've got like ionic columns next to like the patination of the bricks that make a pattern. I don't know why they have that pattern, and the meaning of that pattern isn't consistent with either the 30s building or the neoclassical building. So in motif and architectural elements, there isn't a flow through. So one building stops, another building starts, another building starts, but they don't, as a campus, work together at all. So the parts of it that have been well thought through are, yes, you have the separate entrances for the judges, you have the egress, you have this egress, those work really well. The layout of the courtrooms, it seems completely well thought out. You've been thinking about that. But the way that the visual elements and how like the original court systems use this Greco-Roman style to communicate the human scale, in the same way that the Greeks used a 1/8 measure to communicate humanity, and that the courts were a part of humanity, you've lost that as a motif when you went 4 times higher than it, but you're not even nodding to the neoclassical, it's all modern. So the purpose of the court building is to reflect a human scale, that there's this balance, but you have missed that balance. I'm being a bit poetic here, and maybe a touch philosophical, but the point I'm making is that it can't be one or the other. It has to be both the modern, contemporary. Well, they might. You might disagree, but but that's the benefit of having a diverse panel.
But I think we could step it back. You said something important, and it's the idea of the campus.
Yeah.
And when we started asking you these questions, could we do without the plaza? Could you do this? Could you do that? You're telling us we're maxed out. I think we're seeing the solution that you have arrived at after many studies to understand what fits where, what is the campus scale, how do the existing buildings relate to the new one? But we are not seeing that process. And I think that's what we're having a little bit of an issue with. We're seeing almost a finished product without understanding the process to get there. And I want to go back to the campus because to me, that's the clue here. You have a really tough job. You have a tough topography, 2 existing buildings with very different architectural expression, a new building that seems that it needs to fit a lot in a very small footprint, both horizontally and vertically. For us to understand how you arrived at this, we kind of need to understand that process of analysis and how you got there. Because it to me is like, here's my finished product, but I'm not sure the rationale.
So I agree with you completely, and 10 minutes freaked us out. Let me just say, because it is so complicated and there's so many, we would love to be able to come back and take you through sort of the process, because it has been a year and a half. understanding, the program is, developing and its commitment to the community and to the city and to so many things. And then the challenges of the topography. And we really have spent so much time looking at it and understanding the limitations of the old buildings and how you can bring things together. I mean, to see it, without understanding all that, I appreciate that how difficult that would be. And if we have an opportunity, I'd love to do that. But you had comments also, Lori.
Well, I agree with, I agree completely with Isabel, because we're coming in at the end. So I don't. And it would be great to understand the thought process.
Maybe you
And-
could, oh, I'm sorry, Lori.
I'll leave it there.
I agree with Ken said that I think it's very successful where the wall of the old building becomes the wall of the interior of the new building. And those interior views were convincing. Agree with Lori also that plaza is not yet convincing, and the rationale for just sort of stopping at that one part or not stopping at that or not doing it all is unclear. And then the kind of idea of the like material and formal unity of it as a campus is not clear from these images. So I'm wondering, maybe you can just, given that we haven't been with you and we haven't understood like how you got to this, maybe you can tell us.
Yeah, I mean, so one of the elements of family court is our clients have become much more sensitive to making sure it's very long. So I think one of the underlying sort of elements that we've been playing with is making sure that all the public elements of where people who are, a little stressed out, has as much natural view and light as possible. So that was one of the governing thoughts we had, which is what got us to realize this was a great side of the building. Bring as much light as we could. Folks are sitting there waiting to go to their courtroom, and they're in a pleasant environment, looking out to the water, looking out to the most of Staten Island. And that really is a driving instinct behind how the building's organized. So that's number one. And apropos to your thought about, is it humid enough? I think it's a good question. We've been talking a lot about it. It started as a very clean glass wall, frankly. And we said, no, it's got to have some detail. It's got to have some human scale. And we did actually start to try and bring the horizontality, which we're bringing to, the old building has more verticality, but we tried to start to bring in the sun shading kind of device elements that would sort of replicate some of the horizontality and pointing of the adjacent building. It is not literal. We are not using white, a limestone looking box. It is intended to be something that links the two things together. The same is true of the entry. One of the underlying things we haven't sort of shown yet either is we pictured this will be fairly transparent, and we're just trying to think about developing some kind of significant art piece on the back of the lobby wall, which would also be sort of a high touch kind of element, right? A human element. The more we do that, I completely agree. It does not want to be a scary building. It wants to be an inviting building. The same is true of our thoughts about the brick. We had started with, like a limestone or a larger border, and it was feeling very overwhelming and almost mean, right? And what we liked about the introduction of the brick is it reminded us of the building behind, and it seemed more approachable. Like approachability actually has been a theme. And then the only other thing I wanted to throw out is I think as we developed it, we also decided the building should, the problem with the building is it wants to be a background building, but it's really tall. And it's one of the biggest design problems, right? In a perfect world, it would be, right, 2 stories level. We completely agree. But it is what it is. The program requires all of the space. And the amazing thing is it's like one-stop shopping now. It's all in one location. You come in the front door, and wherever you need to go is all within this campus. Directionality and the way you walk around this building is driven by light and view. And I think that's going to be the most successful part of the building. So
If you go back to page 25 though, just one second, sorry, go.
Just say one thing, which is that I think the way I completely agree with the way you're speaking about the building. I'm in complete sympathy with you. I was looking up Paul Byard and the Architecture of Addition, if you guys remember Paul, who wrote this incredible book about how do you add on or make additions to projects like this, right? It's kind of historic and complement them, but not replicate,
Overwhelming, right? Yeah.
not replicate, overwhelm, but not, you don't necessarily have, I mean, it can be contrasting,
Yep.
right? I'm completely, I think it could be very exciting to do that. I think your idea is about opening up the glass. It's almost as if, the building gets reflected into it, but you have requirements, like, is that security glass? I have all these questions about the levels of glazing that I know about, maybe it's not there, that are burdening you perhaps in certain areas. Not burdening, it's just part of the requirements.
Right.
So understanding that conceptual level that Isabel was speaking to, the massing of this and what's open, what's closed, what's reflective, what's bringing light into the voice, that for the campus is really so important here. It's a really difficult problem, but you guys, you're such great architects, I'm just, that, and you're modernist, so I'm very excited about that and contemporary, so that you're not Foster and trying to copy the right? And we can't even find anybody like that anymore. So we don't, but I think you're on the right track. I've had big problems with the plaza. I'm just not convinced, and that's why I would love, and I think Isabel, I can't speak for her, but we'd like to see some of that iterative process that you went through, just to understand the thinking. But I would be happy to reel it back a little bit and understand the massing as a concept for this very complex program.
And I think one of the things that makes this like challenging but interesting is that topography, is that expression of that topography that used to, I assume, I don't know if they build it when they build this building, but I would assume that's reflective of the history of the site that eventually got eroded upon. And it feels severed. It feels like you're taking away that history, that relationship to the context. And I understand it's a very difficult challenge, and we see a lot of similar civic facilities where we understand people need a place to congregate and arrive. So we understand why the plaza is the plaza, but unfortunately the place where it is and how it severs this building and how the solution is a wall that requires a fence that further takes away from the reading of the building feels a bit harsh.
It's one of the things we saw, if we go back to the rendering, when we started the project, this Richmond Terrace, the civic corridor, it was quite deliberate. All the buildings are set back and they're terraced, but they're set back and it's public space that's occupied. And then you go into the building, and it's really odd that this is the only one that really creates a barrier. And so, in looking at sort of, what people did in that City Beautiful moment to create public space, part of this was, it wasn't just to do away with a historic element, but it was also to make it sort of feel, draw the public in. So it just did that, and that's another piece that we was part of our evaluation as we went
I think
along.
they just that you call it a barrier because it is a barrier today because of accessibility issues, but it wasn't a barrier back then. It was a ceremonial access point.
I think that's right, but I'm not sure because it is so tall. There was always a side entrance from Hamilton Avenue. So
But I don't think you change that. And that's the point. I think everybody has said different things, but similar things. It is disjointed. That is the takeaway. It is disjointed. And I think that everybody can agree on that. But what you have done is not change that condition. You have recognized that condition and diagnosed that condition, but you have not changed that condition yet. And that, I think, is what Lori is saying. She's saying, like I'm saying, that there's this part of it where there isn't on page 25, when you look at it, the ways that you've nodded to making a pattern and line that continue from the neoclassical. I don't feel like it's hit the right note yet, because they're not there as shade. They're there to pick up that line, but they're not quite working in that way. And then there are other patterns, which I say, well, there are patterns there to break up space, but I'm not sure why that pattern, and if that pattern has rhyme or reason with the other patterns. And that's where, when, like, as a sculpture, as a meaningful object in a community, it either builds momentum the more you dig into it, or it doesn't. And so if somebody's digging into, well, why'd they use this pattern in this facade? There isn't really a reason related to the legacy of democracy or court systems or the interrelationship of these buildings. And that subtracts from the overall meaning. The Greco-Roman elements of the original court building are, you know, like the temples themselves. They're about one thing. The Greeks would see these temples about one thing, one God, one time. I feel like what you've added to it, it does fit the criteria of how the needs of the interior of the building are, but those external things matter, and they haven't been compressed enough that these buildings feel like they need to be together. The campus of it all feels like they're going opposite directions. And it seems arbitrary that that wall sit where it is at a position before the older building.
25.
One quick thing. Can we hire landscape architects?
We have one. No.
Can they work together? Because I
Yeah, we
think
are.
it's really, I'm talking from my buddy here. Have they contributed to this assignment?
Yes. There's studies that have been done, and we're happy to come back.
That's not what's.
No, but there's also.
I mean, I think there's an innovative way to deal with that wall. And
Or with the
topography. Not with the
Or with the-
topography. With the topography.
I mean, it could be.
With the topography, and it's,
Yeah.
and so that's what I'm excited about.
Yeah.
And then, you know, the Greek, Roman, whatever, we can get into that, but I think you got, that ground plane is so critical.
Yeah,
Obviously,
we
are
appreciate
the
that.
public. We represent the public, they've got to get, what do they see?
And I think we want clarity, you know, it's important for the courts to have clarity about where the front door is, but we can, you know, that people aren't gonna think they're supposed to go upstairs when.
Right, I think it can still happen. I think we're just reacting to the fact that it feels like we sliced it, put up a wall and a fence on top.
So just to be clear.
Is there a more subtle way?
It's the initial, we are in conflict, we're in
Yeah.
initial layout, and then, but we did just have a landscape architect come on board. And I think what your point is, and we did just start some initial new redesign of that project, but I get your point, like, look into modulating the severity, correct?
But it can look that you're highlighting this older building
I was just.
and not hiding this older building or working around the older building.
Well, one thing.
It is a
one thing for
landmark,
me,
but I'm just saying, right now, it doesn't feel like the tension is resolved.
There's a kind of detail of terracing all up and down Richmond Avenue, right? So I'm just throwing this out there, this is for your landscape architect to explore, but there could be a series of terraces coming down from the very facade of the structure, and you find another way to keep people, or maybe you don't need to keep people away from the facade, but the point being then that becomes occupiable space, and in some ways retains that sense of a place underneath it. I mean, I don't know that that's the solution, but I think what you're hearing from us is
Can I
that.
jump in?
Yeah.
So to their defense, they did look into that, the sort of tiered approach. We
Right,
did
I'm
have-
not saying that would be.
No, of course. Well, we did look into tiered approach. So like you said, Commissioner, I think we're all agree on the justification. We've done the diagnosis, why the berm has to go.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different restrictions that we're working around with single point of entry, court and operational security and requirements, all that. The wall and the very aggressive cutoff, I completely agree with all of you. We spent a lot of hours on trying to figure out what one of the ideas with this particular approach was to sort of put the historic building up on a podium.
We got it.
I agree the fence is not doing it justice, but that's how we landed on this particular approach. But there's a lot of good feedback here that the team we can all take back and go figure out other solutions and come back with.
But how does that level resolve itself into the building?
Right.
That level.
I think in the
ground
process of,
You know, it could come in and present itself as something inside of the lobby. I know we can't do the lobby, but that's where the transparency there
And similar with behind, you alluded to the courtyard that created between the two existing buildings and the new building.
Right.
What happens there? How can you celebrate that in a way that doesn't feel like I'm running out of space and I need to kiss it, but I wanna sell it?
But does anybody get to go into the courtyard? Is it a usable courtyard or is it just a viewing courtyard?
Right now, it's a viewing courtyard. So the OCA, who exists in the building every day, is considering the use of some piece of the courtyard, the piece that you would not be looking at. So the main part of that courtyard will be viewing only. And just to add on, we've already started.
I don't know what OCA is.
I'm sorry, that's the Office of Port Administration.
Okay.
What had its whole building.
Okay.
So they were hoping to use the back part of the courtyard for like lunch, right?
Yeah.
But they would like it so that the main part of the courtyard is viewing only. And we just started working with the landscape architect. And that's actually gonna be one of the most enjoyable found spaces in the building. Actually.
And also, to your point, I'll be able to look at something enjoyable, sense of relief. You
Correct.
may be able to see the water from the upper floors, not from the lower floors.
Right.
Can this viewing courtyard actually complement some of your thought process?
Completely agree.
How many people will be working in this building?
Oh, that's a good question.
We have those numbers.
I think, yeah, right. I was just thinking from a code perspective, 100 per floor, 8 floors.
So there could be like 800 people.
Yeah, I mean, maybe 800 people.
So
coming in, right? Maybe.
is it possible to think about this space as a space where someone can go out and isn't the
For
view
sure.
behind me beautiful, like from there? So wouldn't that be a nice place? Either one.
Well, this one for sure intentionally thought of as, it's not lazy, you can go for lunch, hopefully there's a food cart, right? But again, the the folks who run the building have been very wary of allowing anybody up here. This is actually the children's center, where if you need to drop your kid for the day, we specifically located in the most secure location. And it's actually another thing to tell you guys about it. I forgot.
Yeah, we didn't.
But, right, and we can't let people up there. And it's a weird thing. I completely agree with you guys. And we'll look at modulation, we tried it and it was looking a little forced, I'll be honest. But I don't mind bringing them back. And that's number one. And number two, I really do appreciate the fence itself is looking a little too much. I get you that one really should stop me. Fence on top of the wall. And again, I also think there's something about just developing the plaza in a more active way that maybe that does it. Maybe it definitely should be a great place. Don't forget, at the moment, the berm and the stair are not pleasant. They're very vertical. Everywhere else that Carol's been talking about, you got 50 to 100 feet till you hit the building. We only have about 25 feet. And that berm, nobody sits on it today. We are providing an enormously useful public good by creating this plaza. I promise. People are gonna finally be happy they have
You know,
something.
Teardrop Park down here, that in York City, there's this wall that was done with the rock and the water. I know you can do this, but
Yeah.
it's kind of rock that evokes what's there. I mean, it's something you look up. Obviously, you can't do this, but I think it's a focus.
Yeah,
It is something.
we were
focused.
talking about water as a possibility.
You
But
know,
also just playing with terracing, like, for code, you can go down 30 inches and then have another 36 and then go down another
Yeah, maybe
30.
just some levels.
Is there through that play, eliminate the fence, put a hedge that creates a green base that echoes the berm that used to be there?
Yeah.
And you still have the separation and you still have the wall and you still cover the plaza, right? But it elevates the building.
Yeah.
But also it could be plants that flow and create that feeling of water, but it's actually a grown flow of a plant, an ivy or something of the sort. So there are a bunch of different ways.
Placement of sign, privileges that entrance, and it privileges that building as the main building. And so when you think of this as a campus, once you cross the kind of threshold, that's really when you're in the campus. So maybe there's an additional sign that's like a pylon to the stand that says, this is the kind of, I actually can't read what the sign says, but this whole, something that marks that this is a whole, campus that you're entering, rather than just this entrance here.
Sort of thinking the bigger pictures.
It's like, this is the Port Plaza.
Somewhere like that, yeah, or, it names the Port Plaza as, once you cross the plaza, that's the threshold for the entire campus.
Good idea.
I think it's also that sign, you can't, see it.
Yeah,
from
you're right.
every direction, so I think something that's more freestanding would be more visible. Potentially other sides of the building as well. Like, no identity. I think the three buildings are fragments and there isn't an identity that ties it together, which could be landscape.
Could be the landscape. Grounds, the idea of courtyards that maybe animate what happens inside, just visually, like, not saying bring the children out, but I'm saying, give it a sense of campus.
Yeah, I get you.
I wonder, just saying that we're coming to an end, but I should have asked you this in the beginning. I wonder if you could just tell us, what is MOCJ? I mean, MOCJ amongst our agencies is a relatively new agency with a very equity focused mission. And I wonder if you could tell us what, as the client, what your goal for this facility is. Maybe that was relevant.
It's a little tricky to answer that. So MOCJ as an we're a new agency now. We just transitioned to a new independent agency. Still part of the mayoral branch, but sort of like mocks the contracts, office contracts. The bulk of our work at MOCJ is program and community service related. We have all sorts of contracts for alternative incarceration and policies. It's this little bit that I have capital projects. It's very each very a lot of ways. Does exactly this. For some reason, this unit was placed in MOCJ specifically for oversight for specifically processing and so our goal, or my job, is to connect the bridge between MOCJ mission, equity, and services to the rest of the city and services.
I see.
Right, so we're trying to figure out the balance to make sure that we're hitting on all sides.
And so your goal for this project is?
This project is well overdue. For almost 20 years. The family court assembly has been has trailers on that tower site on the site. They outgrown the Paris building many years ago. The conditions have been horribly terrible for the employees, the court officers, and visitors as well. A 2018 feasibility study was concluded that sort of paved the way for this project, but unfortunately that caused with COVID, raised the age legislation came into play. After that included change programming for this project. And we got the commitments to the announcement of 2035 program plan.
Presentation.
Thank you much. That sort of balloons the scale of this project to this episode is originally 55 sites wasn't part of it.
Okay.
And 10,000 was supposed to be this tall.
I see.
So we've outgrown like seems that every single inch and we acquired the 55 sites and behind some this campus.
So you're the one making this happen. Okay. So I'm.
Yeah, one last complication, not last, but one last thing I was saying, another major complication. You folks haven't really seen or really the interior programming of the complex that a lot of spaces and rooms not have or may have past studies. So it was very, like Steve said, very important to make sure the rooms and the agencies and the programs don't conflict in circulation and security with each other. So that kind of led us to strategically placing the children's center with Verizon and specific point of the village and the way that judges interest is on. There's a lot of Sally Ford that took a long time to figure out. So this all connects to the exterior of how it was found.
All right, so we need to bring this to a close. Does anyone have any other comments? I'll quickly summarize. This is, as we started out by talking about, this is like a very unconventional process for us. So I'm just going to give you a few, just quickly summarize what you heard. And then how we're going to see it in what kind of process moment, and I don't know, but you know, we talked a lot about the plaza. I think you know what our comments are there. We talked a lot about the formal, the material, and the kind of landscape elements that would help in bringing it together as a campus. And those are, you got many ideas about that. We talked about, you talked about public art, and we just wanted to mention that that would include, not us, but Department of Cultural Affairs would require that submission. So just something for you to know. And then finally, Manuel mentioned about thinking about how the signage could bring whatever this plaza ends up being into feeling like it's part of the larger campus. And I want to end by acknowledging, we see that it's, we saw that stacking diagram. It's understood that this is a very overdue and packed program, and that's what you're trying to work with. And for us, it's just a challenge to see something at this level of resolution without understanding your process of like how you got there and why decisions were made. So I hope we can next time when we see it, we can understand how we got from here to there.
And we'll touch base with you. Process aspect.
Great. Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
Sure. A hard project. Okay, and that concludes the public meeting for today.